to give hints about how the universe worked could be hoarded, yeah, I think that's plausible, yeah. Um, the question is why are there only so few people that are willing to do such a thing, and the majority are willing to not necessarily share, but are not looking to cause a ruckus. If you come across knowledge, great. If you don't, great. But they're not out looking to block knowledge to cause, mischief in the world.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. If it's all taking place, right? It seems as though many groups try to occult knowledge for one reason or another, right?
Hmm.
It's like even people within the trades want to make sure that their trade secrets are remaining secrets so that they can have, an advantage in the marketplace or something along those lines, right?
Well, yeah, I
So,
mean, if you're the only blacksmith in a 2,000-mile radius that not only discovered a specific ore, but you were the only one who could figure out how to melt it down and enhance its properties, where all of a sudden you made a blade that could not be shattered by any other blade, it's only natural human tendency to want to keep that to yourself, because you know that if someone else of great power discovered your ability, they're either going to kidnap you, they're going to force you to make more blades, either for free or for a small income, um, to create great armies. Yeah, so like the thing is that when you discover things in the natural world, part of it is creatures naturally are protecting themselves, but also the other half is that the mind is capable of nefarious purposes. And so whoever comes across that knowledge first is going to alter history itself. Because if it's a very good person, it will obviously head toward a more utopian society. But if it's an evil person, it's going to head toward a more dystopian society, or a way of thinking, or transmuting in the geographical locations across the world. So really, it's kind of like the luck of the draw. Like when you throw dice, it's whoever comes across something first. But now I think we're beyond that. I think we're at a point in our society where we've already exhausted pretty much all possibilities, minus a few areas that haven't been explored on Earth, like the deep sea, and maybe certain minute parts of, like, what people call the ether, which is the molecules in our air and things like that on a microscopic level, and then lasers being able to detect certain frequencies and energies and all this other stuff. But for the most part, we pretty much have, like, squeezed everything out of what Earth is. And so now it's really a crisis of, we don't have the luxury of not being transparent. Like, we have to be transparent. We have to start we have to get more access to the hidden knowledge that has not been known possibly for thousands of years, because the human race, just believing in science is not going to cut it. Like, there's parts of our human nature that's beyond just science, that has to be intertwined with it to be able to allow us to transcend beyond our very condition of what it means to be human. And we're
yeah,
not
do you
going to
feel
do
like
that.
we've, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, do you feel like we've had a large
A large what? All right. Well, I got half the question and then you disappear.
Yeah, he must have lost connection or couldn't unmute. Yeah, couldn't get to his mic or something. Yeah.
No worries. We're all patient. We're good. Quite a quiet bunch in here. Everybody's very quiet.
Yeah, in contrast to yesterday, that was very intense, very active all day.
Nice, nice. I was busy. Let's see, Monday, yeah, I was busy. I was ripping out a off-grid driveway for all day, so I didn't have time to to know what was going on here.
Hey, sorry about that. You there?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
everyone's here. Peachy King.
Yeah, sorry, I got a phone call right in the middle of talking.
Sure is a lot of phone calls going on today.
Um,
Well, it's like,
shoot,
do you have
what
an
were we
iPhone?
talking
The
about?
iPhone just boots you out of the call. It automatically like shuts off
It
your Discord if you have iPhone. I know.
Yeah,
Oh,
it just
that's
takes
interesting.
over. Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah. No,
it's
I
like
was
you don't
gonna
even
ask
have
you.
you don't even have a choice. It's just like
Oh,
you only
because I
you
can't
out.
you turn that off in the settings? Because I know that in, Android phones, there are settings for phones where you can decide which overpowers what setting.
I don't know. I'm
Hmm.
too much of a boomer to figure that out.
My
Oh,
understanding is with iPhones, they basically own, like, my understanding, I don't have an iPhone, but my understanding of people that do is that with Discord, the minute they get a call, it literally just mutes their Discord. Like, it just mutes them. They can't talk in it. It doesn't let like both of them come through. Whenever there's either a call like coming through, or if they take that call, which is actually kind of good because then it means they don't hot bike their call in Discord. So in that way, it's pretty good design.
I think it's called the suppression feature. I think it's either you have to turn it on or off, but I don't know. I don't know. I've never used an iPhone, so I wouldn't know.
Well, do you remember the question you were on, Napalm? Because you were right at the juicy part of it, and then it cut out. You were right at the part where
Yeah, he had a question, and I got only like half of it, but now I don't remember any of it.
Right. No, I don't either. It was
It was
shoot,
very
what were we
juicy
talking
because
about?
we all forgot.
Right, right. No, we were talking about the occulting of knowledge and now I remember. So do you think that over for the most part are what we would consider recorded history or back to, the 16, 15, and 1400s, do you think that has from that point forward to now has been more of an uh shifting the attention away from the metaphysical more onto the physical, the quantification of things, the quote unquote science, and nothing other than the quantification of the physical, everything within this realm being um,
Yes,
looked at, quantified, studied with no relation to the metaphysical? And do you think we're transitioning from that state into a more acceptance and or looking into or working with the metaphysical going forward?
I wouldn't say the last part. Everything was good up to the last part, but no, I think they're trying to push out everything spiritual, everything metaphysical, because you cannot control the natural world. Because the natural world was basically just turned into the word called science, and then basically creating a structure, a methodology by which everyone has to prove against each other, um, hard line empirical, five sensory input for the most part, data points, and data just simply means to control others, to control people. It doesn't allow for the natural phenomenons of the human spirit to intermingle with the natural order of science, even the natural sciences, because really I just think the world that we live in is just all natural sciences. I think it's all this other stuff, chemistry, neurology, all this other stuff. These are all just categorical, nonsensical words of control. But I think they're trying to push out the metaphysical completely because they can't take away your rights. They can't control you. They can't alter your state of affairs or your perception of reality if they can't, like, they have to, they cannot allow for a not like this hardwired because humans deep down inside know they're hardwired for like absolute sovereignty to express their inner yearnings, and they cannot have that because that allows the brain to reorganize and to push out the power so they be, and they don't want that. So
Right, because you can't control and or you can't put in a prison a mind that
correct.
is always yearning to be free. So,
Yep.
do you think that that is their ultimate end goal is to have a complete dissolution of the ideas or even concepts of the metaphysical?
Not completely, because I think in the end days, when they finally create like a full-blown global tyrannical system, then they will bring it back because they will proclaim that it now has a useful providence under their authority, but only because they're going to try to convince us that the metaphysical is subservient to the sciences, to the empirical state of affairs, and that only a few can harness the metaphysical to be used in a certain responsible mechanism or way of doing things, which is elusive at best because it's just going to lead to tyranny. It's never going to be used for um, the true divine nature of human beings to know like the full potential down to a molecular twitching of our being, what it means to be human. It's going to be like mechanized, and it's going to go back to this weird. I think it's going to go back to this sense of voodoo, where like when humans a long time ago maybe like saw a lightning bolt and then they thought like, oh, the god of lightning. Well, I think it's going to go back to that through some pseudo like science, like some pseudo scientific breakthroughs that have this metaphysical property that is very elusive, holographic, cannot be sensed by the five senses, but can now be more understood through hidden means, thereby combining it back into that metaphysical, esoteric kind of knowledge, that cultic pagan knowledge, to empower people on a mental order, like mentally, like their goal is to get into your mind and to also to make your spirit align with them as well. So, and many will fall for it.
Okay, gotcha. So do you think it's going to be like a representation of um, kind of the rulers or controllers as some sort of new wave version of the kind of like the priest class, or the
Yeah,
control of the priest class, just in a kind of new version?
yeah, they will be the priest class. Um, they're See. Here's the thing: we're at a point
Like a
where,
divine
like,
right of kings, like a new version of the divine right of kings kind of thing.
yes, but they genuinely will. Yeah, but they want you to the goal is for them for everyone to believe that they truly are super beings. Just kind of like how you have a soft core version of that in North Korea and China and other places where people are crying and bawling their tears out for their leaders. Well, they don't just want you tearing. They genuinely want you to be in a perpetual state of fear and full submission to understanding that every breath you take should scare the shit out of you because they can make you you know uh, how do I say this? They will use technology that you it will get to a point where you will not even know that it's technology, because they will elusively treat it as a metaphysical state, and they will want to use that as a mechanism to convince you that there was no such thing as a god, but that those who can master illusion are the true gods. And obviously, it's only going to be the elite. So, but that's why it's so important to be educated and to get even the poorest people on earth to be actually prioritized for education, where there's true critical thinking skills, allowing people to play with the tools, the microscopes, and anything else they can do, the actual raw materials to understand the world that we live in, because you're screwed if you don't have access to this type of education. You're not going to be able to decipher one from the other. So,
Meaning you're not going to be able to decipher the real world from the fiction, the facts from the
right,
fiction, the real
correct.
world from the um, possibility of an overlayment of a virtual world into the physical
Yes,
world that can almost
right.
become undistinguishable.
Yep, and that's why the movie Matrix was created. It was a perfect movie to depict that entire scenario. Very few people are going to be able to discern those thin levels, those thin linings that allow you to be free.
Yeah. So do you think we're starting to see kind of
Yes.
the beginnings of that, right? The AI created
Oh yeah.
artwork that you can make,
No, forget the artwork.
you know,
We're
somebody
talking
look very
full
almost
body manipulation,
authentically.
voice manipulation. People are now able to create CGI environments, and you specifically, if they can get enough data points on you, on your very existence of how you talk, you move, and they can put enough pieces together where you are moving around as if you were you to do actual actions in the real world to which is called identity theft, which is getting more
Mhm.
sophisticated. You're toast, and so the only
Yeah,
way to
like when you
protect
get in your
yourself.
car and your phone tells you like, it's only 16 minutes to your sports ball game that's
Mhm.
taking place at this address because that's where you go every Thursday.
Oh well, that's just pattern recognition on a higher level. I mean, once you have that's I wouldn't even consider that a sentient or anything. That's more like
No, that's
you
just
know,
a first step in it, right? Like just
yeah,
the
and
base
we already
bones
have this. Yeah,
foundation. Yeah.
we already have little bits of this. Kind of, it's right now we kind of have, how like when you're driving on the highway and you see those little markers that say, is there a police officer, a quarter of a mile away, and people are like thumbs up. So that's kind of like shared the shared collective. So it's not automated yet, where somehow an algorithm could figure out like how to detect the equipment inside of a vehicle of where a police officer might pull over and then start turning on his radar and stuff. But like we are basically the radar detectors. But we're heading in that direction. So it's only a
Yeah,
matter
yeah,
of
yeah. I mean, we're already there. We're already feeding them the information based on the accelerometer
yeah.
in our phone, or the ability for the triangulation between cell towers to interpret
I mean,
exactly how
look,
fast you're
police
going and all
officers.
that kind of stuff, right? Like we already
Yeah.
voluntarily give up that information. We
Well, we're not
certainly,
gonna have any rights anymore. The cars of
yeah,
the future are gonna be designed such a way that all that information is gonna be sent to the cruisers within a certain proximity, and if the cruiser picks up on certain vehicles coming their way a mile down the road, and they're speeding or or they're turning in a bizarre fashion or braking too hard, all those data points of those cars will be sent to the police car's cruiser, and he will already be able to set himself up in such a way that he will definitely catch the person who has no clue that the cop is collecting this data. It's gonna
Yeah.
cars of the future are gonna be terrible, and then
They're
he'll be able to
already
shut your
doing it.
engine off.
It doesn't. It's not in the future. It's right now. My son's truck has a device in it that sends all that information to his insurance company, and he gets a discount if he doesn't speed too fast or.
Dude, that's crazy.
yeah,
Yeah,
we're
it's
already
like
there, right? And they're kind of moving us towards these electronic vehicles that do all the monitoring. They can self-drive. They're doing all of these things, right? It's not too far-fetched to think that, let's just say we're two, maybe three generations removed from the first Model A Ford, right?
It, it's happening right now. His
It's a
truck has it.
disaster.
So if
well,
So
you
that's
we
just tracking, though. I mean, that's just
No, 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 no. The
diagnostics
cars
and
can be
tracking.
turned off. I have seen already video proof where a car cop can literally come up behind you and turn your engine off, and you will pull over whether you like it or not.
Yeah, I
They
think we're
have
getting
it.
to the point though with these younger generations are lacking the ambition to even want to drive a vehicle. So
Or
once
they'll
you
just
get
get old
them
vehicles.
convinced
Hold
that,
on,
right?
Divine
Then
Essence. Sorry, just real quick, man. If you could not interrupt, I know this is a chill conversation, but I feel
Oh,
like
I
you're
apologize.
cutting a lot of people off.
I get
Yeah,
excited. I just know so much about this. I apologize.
yeah, it's all good. We all do it a little bit, but yeah, go ahead, Napalm.
yeah, so I think the younger generations are kind of being molded into, first of all, not really wanting to leave their virtual environments to begin with, but aren't don't have the desire that that maybe my generation or even the generation after me had to want to get that vehicle, to get that freedom, to get away, to be able to drive, to be able to do anything that you wanted to do at any point in time and go wherever you wanted to go, however fast you wanted to, as long as you weren't getting caught kind of situation. So now we have these kids growing up now that don't really have the desire to even want that kind of freedom because it takes away from the time that they're investing into the screen, texting with their friends and all that kind of stuff. Like there's very little desire to even want to have an automobile. So those things, I think within the next generation or two, we will have a completely different, let's just say, transportation system that we will be partaking in. Because once people my age are kind of dying off, it'll be kind of the last vestige of the people that grew up wanting to have the freedom of, a fully manual car, basically.
Yeah, so like the electric cars and automated electric car system, because yeah, it does seem if they started to go that route, it would start to make more sense to be like, well, hey, let's get all the human drivers off the road so that we have no human error and it's all machine based, and they're going to probably claim that that's safer and it's going to save lives and it's going to save all these different lives from drunk drivers, which some of that might be true with drunk drivers and some of the stuff that actually does kill you because people, human error basically and human folly, whether it's looking at the radio or texting or whatever it is that people do or drinking and all the accidents and stuff. But this kind of plays into what I was actually thinking when you guys were talking about this, and just I'll throw this question out to the room and anyone who wants to respond to it. But would you, for yourself, but then also considering others as well, would you actually prefer to have to get in your car and drive and and pay attention and be doing the whole thing, which does have some stress and whatnot involved? Of course, you do get the freedom as well, though, and that freedom being able to actually go places. Would you prefer that you do drive your own car, or would you guys, either for yourselves or for others? You could also bring in like either, all the time or just on occasion, but would you actually prefer, like if you had to go to the store, you have to go wherever you have to go, that you could just get in a car, you get in the back seat, let's say, and you could be on your laptop or you on your tablet or whatever working or on the phone or whatever you might be doing, and actually be able to like have like an office in the back of the car basically that you can still be doing stuff or even just resting or sleeping or whatever it may be, and then have the car driven for you, which kind of plays into the idea of having like your own personal driver. But in this case, I guess we're talking about like electric cars that end up being your personal driver. Like, is there any actual benefit to that, or like what do you guys think of the polarity of those two kind of scenarios?
Oh, I think the automatic driving, the autonomous vehicles are huge. You stop DWIs, you'd free up countless man hours, amount of man hours you'd free up.
I agree.
So wait, so you actually would want this? Because I mean, a lot of people would say it's going to take the freedom away. Like if all the cars were electric and the only thing you could do is just get in. It's like what is that in Total Recall? Remember when it's like the Johnny car? It's like the Johnny
Yeah.
cab or whatever. Yeah.
Well, you would have it for the cities, but those who lived outside the city would obviously not want those type of vehicles or any electric cars, and they would want their freedom of, let's say, they're living off the grid, but only needed to come into the city once in a while.
Well, and then perhaps there could be both. I guess there could be the automated cars and the human driving. So then you could still have the freedom, but then if you want automated, people could have that. But then now you're dealing with the road being full of machines and computers and computer chips ultimately, and all the GPS and everything. So now, see, I would almost rather maybe it be in the hands of the human, because at least in the hands of the human, they're from my perspective, it's like their soul, their spirit. There's more going on than just the electrical signals, basically, like in a human. But that could go both ways. I mean, humans could be more prone to accidents or less prone, depending on that, because equipment, I mean, we know how much our computers crash and all that kind of stuff. So there's that to consider too.
I mean, go ahead.
I was just going to say I would absolutely want the freedom of the older vehicles and everything that we currently have right now, because giving that up to a way more automated system, even if you're talking about rural people having more freedom, that in the future looks like what a Tesla would be right now, would be maybe the oldest kind of technology that you could get 10, 20 years down the road, right? So even that has so much restriction and control and insight into what the human being is doing that it's restrictive. I mean, I am not for the continuing advancement of technology at the pace that it's currently taking, but that's just me individually. I
In
don't
terms
think
of
it's good.
that more dystopian side of taking away our freedoms part of it.
Yes, and I don't even look at it as like a dystopian, like there's going to be the controllers that come in with jackbooted thugs that are going to put their, their boots on your neck and force you to do X, Y, or Z. It's like they're conditioning us to not only purchase these things but desire our own enslavement,
Yep.
which I see as very kind of macabre.
See, I don't know. If you're out in the country, this is not really going to phase you because you're only going to be coming into the cities once in a blue moon. So you're not going to want to deal with parking and all this other stuff. You're just going to want to like get to the nearest place, hide your car behind a bush somewhere, where you walk like maybe a quarter of a mile to where the city vehicle could pick you up, quickly pay for it, go into the city, do what you need to do. It takes you quickly, efficiently by never running into other vehicles. Get done, leave. I think it's a good idea for outsiders, but terrible for insiders because see, outsiders know that they haven't lost any of their freedoms and that they can use the loopholes to their advantage. But if you're stuck in the cities, you live in the cities, and you're being stripped of your autonomy and ability to think for yourself and to have freedoms, you're going to get used to that, and you're going to get to a point where your next generation is going to get used to that, and then eventually you're not even going to know what it means to be free. And that's the big problem. You're going to have just a division between the free and the unfree, and the free are going to be a minority group of outsiders who are still tech savvy, still understand what is happening, but they are separating themselves from that and making their own kerosene engine vehicles by stripping the modern cars and then relearning and rebuilding cars maybe prior to 1986. And then trying to figure out how to make their own fuel to be able to drive their own vehicle out in the country in abundance and only come to the city when need be.
Yeah, so I kind of get that. I personally think it's going to move towards a transition where you're either bought into the system or not. So you're either
Yep.
you say these people from outside the city would be able to come in, do their thing in the city, and then leave.
Yep.
I think that's going to require way more of them buying in than just they can calmly move and interact when they want with the system and then calmly withdraw and go back into some sort of
I mean, think about it.
lifestyle.
An outsider only needs to make one best friend on the inside of the city and be able to figure out a way to use their best friend to utilize their chip marker. Let's say you have no choice but to use a digital currency to buy everything. Well, all I need to do is make a best friend in the city, and then I pay everything through him, and then owe him back in another format that we've agreed to. So it's a benefit to me. And then I would provide him the opposite. If something goes wrong in the city, he feels infringed upon or feels like he's losing control of his life, I would be able to establish or help him get outside the city to acquire the resources and to start his life when need be. So it's kind of a mutual understanding to allow you to get around the whole elitist agenda. But if you don't plan it, you're not thinking this way, if you're not intuitive, then you're not going to know how to mingle that symbiosis. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, so you're saying there's more of a connection. So we're both seeing kind of a future more similar to Brave New World than 1984 kind of scenario,
Yep.
right? You would
Yep.
agree with
Oh
that,
yeah, definitely.
but so you would see an intermingling and between the savages and those that are brought up within the city, but
Yes.
uh,
But
very
if you get
discreet.
caught,
And okay.
it'll be 1984, and they will kill you, especially
Yeah,
the outsider.
yeah, you'll just be Yeah.
They might kill both sides because if that symbiosis actually works, it goes against everything that that the elite have designed. And so if everyone picks up on it, again, that's not good for the elite. So they would only have one option to eliminate you. So you cannot get caught. And you have to be able to also spread this knowledge in a very underground fashion so that at least a few generations learn it in secret. And then one day they all pop out of nowhere in millions of people at the same time who have agreed to come out of the shadows and then to take over the system. But that takes a lot of planning.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I see it as kind of like a breakaway society, right? As
Yeah.
a society that chooses not to interact with the whatever you want to call them, technocrats or whatever you want to call
Correct.
that society, but branching away, breaking away, and actually creating their own society outside of that interacts solely based on like voluntary exchange and interaction, based on an understanding that's higher than each individual, but is on an individual basis, if that makes sense.
Yep.
What do you guys think of this idea? The idea that whoever, let's just say the controllers, just using that term very in a general sense, what do you guys think of the idea that they actually have already realized that they cannot control everyone? And so at this point, they're kind of just trying to like figure out how to maneuver to where they can at least get total control over some people, over some. And perhaps that's where these like 15-minute cities, smart cities, all of the militarized city environments, which is kind of what you're talking about, Napalm, like almost like a breakaway in a sense. Like the people that really want to be controlled by whatever that whole thing is, yeah, those are the ones that'll get all of the injections, whatever's required to get in, they'll get in, and to get that QR code and to get that whole digital. So that is interesting to consider. But what do you guys think of the idea that like it's like in a sense like maybe they did want to do like a new world order at one point? Now perhaps that still is going to happen in some other form, but maybe in a more localized form, the way that they're doing it, and even the way that these kind of the do weapon fire things and how they seem to be kind of zoning out areas that they seem to want to probably focus on. And I mean, cities have already been a huge focus of theirs as it is, obviously, as it is. So that's already been a whole thing. But yeah, just that idea that they realize they really can't control everyone. So then they're just looking to get those that they can control and then hyper control just those.
Correct. And they definitely have already
it's gonna
hyper
be a-
controlled a third of the population easily by now.
Yeah, I think it's actually going to be more. I think it's going to be
Yep.
like 90.
I look in
90.
society every day and I'm just like, I can just look at people and I can just see the complacency in so many people, and they just don't give a rat's ass that they have no freedoms. They actually don't even know they can't even define what real freedom is. They just go with the flow. They're bitching, they're moaning, they're whining. Everything's expensive constantly, but they choose not to leave their $9 an hour job. That's your problem. If you're not willing to take risks, including, I don't know, take what a little money you have, buy some land and start all over. That's your problem.
Napalm, you said 90, bro. That's a zombie apocalypse as far as I'm concerned. 90. Whew.
Yeah, I think it would be 90. But see, my outlook on it is like, I don't even think we would see some sort of culmination of like what we're currently talking about until maybe like the latter end of my lifetime. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think it's going to happen as
70 years
quickly as
old.
people are anticipating. It's going to be a slow tiptoe, which is why I think they're going to be able to ensnare roughly 90% of the people into going along with their system, because they're going to slowly just make it to where before you realize it, you're so locked into the system that you lack the ability to understand what life could be like without the certain conveniences that you may currently have. And that comes along with the system. So I'd say it's like a generation or two from now is going to be the bigger tipping point, not necessarily right now. I mean, we can already see how influential younger generations can be just solely conditioning their mind to think certain things, right? Think about the interactions that you have to have on a daily basis just around what people want or think that you should be calling them based on their feelings, right? And how that has such a large influence in society, right? That's just one small glimpse into how easily the brain can be controlled and people can be conditioned in a very short period of time within generations. So I think it's a few generations away, because most of us know that the vast majority of people that are 50 plus could give two rips about whether somebody does or does not use or puts pronouns or prefers pronouns or any of that stuff, right? The vast majority of people 50 plus could give two shits. They think it's ridiculous, blah, blah, blah. But then you have the vast majority of people that are 40 and under that think it's a huge deal and that it should be X, Y, or Z, right? So I don't know. I think that their ability to condition people with certain ways of thinking by generation, I think it's going to be at least another generation or two before we see some major changes in society that are more controlling and more restrictive. Because the younger generations are already passively accepting that, pulling themselves away from nature, not caring at all about what's happening in the natural world around them, more concerned about their online persona, their online avatar, their interactions in the virtual world. They could care less about the real world.
Have you seen that, heard of that story that apparently this was in like an actual public school, that one of the female students apparently identified as a cat, and this is, I believe, I'm pretty sure the story that it was in a public school. She identified as a cat, and the school agreed on the taxpayer's dollar to put a litter box in the girl's bathroom so that this girl could pee in the litter box because she identified as a cat.
I think that might be urban legend, but
Is that just okay? I mean, it's just I don't have like, it's just like, it was like a thing that was going around that was a real story, but I haven't like researched it beyond that. I just heard about it.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past a modern school to do that, but I don't know if it actually took place. I'm not sure.
Dude, did you know in schools nowadays, Napalm, like I know because you and I, like when we grew up, do you know that they have like actual like padded rooms now in some schools that they like literally lock kids in? Like
Seriously?
that was never a thing in our school, right? Like they were not locking kids up.
No, the closest thing I saw to that was we had a teacher that, remember those old school like big steel like bi-door cabinets that teachers would have that, were like 7 feet tall by like 4 feet wide, just the big cabinets that they had in classrooms.
Yeah.
Maybe. So I had a teacher that used 3 of those to construct a room in the corner and put a kid in there, and was like basically abusing the kid in the corner of the class, like slamming his head into the walls of it. And we all had to basically go to the principal and be like, yeah, this kid's basically getting tortured in class.
Whoa, that's like a more intense torture version of like the dunce cap. Doesn't that
Yeah.
come from Freemasonry? The dunce, isn't that all the like, they play dress up, and isn't that all come from that?
Yeah, this teacher was creepy.
It's the ridiculing. That's where the shit's all rooted in. Like that pointing your finger and laughing and all the ridiculing and mocking that like has been like this like a lot of these themes of like people are trying to control people and control what they think, through it as well. And the whole dunce
Yeah.
cap thing, yeah, like putting like you're a dunce and like everyone laughs at you and you sit in the corner and you have to like stare at the wall, and yeah, and then the one you're
And
talking about, yeah, it's like
he
another
also
version.
did it like, this dude was like a sociopath or psychopath, whatever you want to call it. He did it to the lowest hanging fruit, like the kid that was already picked on by other kids, right? So he used that kid as the example and basically abused this kid in front of all of us. And then he did weird things where it's like, all right, we'll play a game where I try to guess the letter that you're spelling. All right, everybody line up. And he would sit on his desk, and I'm pretty sure You know, I wasn't thinking about it at that age, but I'm pretty sure the dude's hands were not on top of his desk. And he would have you come up and draw on his back with your fingers, put your fingers onto his back and draw a letter, and he would guess the letter. And all the kids would come by and put their hands on his back. Oh, that's a G. You're right. Okay, next kid, right? And I'm pretty sure his hands were underneath the desk. Like, this dude was freaking creepy. He got fired. Yeah.
That is intense, dude. And there are teachers that are like straight sociopaths, like in public schools. I know. There's stuff like that and other crazy, creepy shit that goes on. I know, that's the thing. Just handing your kid off to these public schools, like, it's amazing that a lot of our parents didn't think that as a possible risk. You know, just it's crazy that the like just throwing your kid off. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I never saw anything quite like that, but I mean, I did see some like definite, like, there was a lot of abuse going on, I would say, within teachers and stuff. And I didn't even, it's not like I didn't even grow up in like a really rough area or anything like that. You know, in that sense. But in fact, it's like the opposite. It's like in terms of like, the families around there did have money, so you would think that there would even be better teachers, but it's like the opposite, like, in a sense. Like, I still saw like all kinds of just abusive teachers and like crazy stuff that happened. There was one teacher that actually, he was always a weird kind of creepy guy, and he would make like weird comments, but he was like a male teacher, and he was like the coach of the swim team, the girls swim team. And apparently way after I graduated and left, like, he literally had a relationship, a sexual affair with one of the student who was like a teenage girl that was a swimmer on the swim team. He actually had like actual sexual relations with her, got busted, got arrested, put in jail, like the whole thing. So like that all happened after I left. But so yeah, I mean, the stuff that goes on in schools is just like, some of it's just terrible, just criminal. You're just giving your kids off to criminals.
Yeah, I mean, there's that. There's a mix, right? So there's a mix of those kind of people, weird people doing weird shit, and giving them basically carte blanche to do this on very manipulatable or corruptible minds and all that kind of stuff. It's weird. And then you have the people who intentionally want to interject their views and opinions onto the younger generation to root out maybe more traditional ideas or concepts, and like straight up activists and stuff like that. It's like the same people that will complain that they think it's ridiculous that children go to church because they're brainwashing them into this cult and blah, 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 are the same people that want to brainwash children into their views and ideas, right? But think that they're like superheroes for it. I don't know. It's weird. Both sides of the aisle. I'm just saying. Weird.
Yeah. Totally.
Yeah, it's not really up to you though, right? To determine what someone else does with their kids.
Well, yeah, and if they want to send their kids off to wherever, then yeah, that's also their choice. Just seems like a very militaristic system that a lot of us grew up where we were just like sent off to all these like elementary schools and middle schools, and there's all these like regimens and bells going off and like alarms and all this stuff you have to do, and you have to like line up. And I mean, when I think of all my schooling, like, it's so much like, just it's like they're like trying to train us as like mice, as like rats. Go in this door when this bell rings, don't go in that door. Learn this information, regurgitate all of it. They're just building like indoctrinated machines. That's like the mindset behind that whole system, that whole militaristic. Yeah, it all comes from like, yeah, it's like the whole Rockefeller military system, Rothschilds. I mean, there's a lot of these different like, it's this whole like paradigm, like the Rockefeller medicine as well, because that's kind of a whole big part of it. Then you even get into like the asylums and like, did they do some crazy reset? Yeah, it even links into a lot of that too, because what is actually going on? Like, it seems like a lot of us are like not only disconnected from our history, but also like completely like trained by this new system now that they've like implemented that seems artificial and placed upon us.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much like George Carlin said. They want obedient workers, right? People just smart enough to pull the levers and push the buttons, but just dumb enough to not realize how badly they're getting screwed by the whole entire system that's enslaving them. You know, we're all products of that in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, I know. That's like is that just like the post World War II generation, basically, in a sense? The baby boomer and beyond, because those are like our parents, and then
Yeah, pretty much. Because I think prior to that, you're talking about like my grandparents' generation. You're talking about the Great Depression people who were just like way more rural, self-sufficient. Most of them had their own like gardens. They produced at least some portion of their food. They had way more connection with nature and community and everybody within. Like it was way more like rural, small town America back then.
Oh yeah.
And then the boomers transitioned it into the burbs, and yeah, now we're slowly working our ways into just big city conglomerates and all that kind of stuff.
And
At the same time, the
massive
banking
data
system changed.
yeah, that is a good run through of it right there.
Oh, it's going to get worse than that. We're turning our entire society into like a big circuit board. If you really look at society from like a satellite perspective, our entire cities are going to be turned into like circuit board elitist cities. That's what I see.
Yeah, but this all these changes happen right at the same time they changed the banking system, right? Right around the turn of the last
Yeah, but
century.
banking's going to change too. They want to get rid of the banking locations themselves. They want to make everything digital through websites, through apps. They don't want even physical locations. You know how many physical locations have shut down in America already? I mean, just
Well, yeah,
in the
because
city.
Yeah, because if you're running a business and you can have a location, that you make money,
Oh, he
Jeremy,
broke up.
you're roboting. I muted you. Go ahead, guys.
oh
It was really
yeah,
it was
they
all
went.
robot. It was all robot. So yeah, we couldn't hear things. So I had to mute you. But
What
yeah.
did they go? They changed it. When did they change it? They changed it right in 1913, right? Changed it to
Yep.
like a based debt-based negotiable instrument system, essentially.
Well, that's when the Federal Reserve was established. Yeah, right.
Yeah, essentially
like
the Federal
a year after the Titanic sunk, the Federal Reserve was established. So yeah, it'd be 1913.
Yeah, right
Yeah,
around. So
so
it was
the
like
Federal
World War
Reserve
I
borrows
timeframe.
us money, bro. We essentially have to pay them. We have to pay them to use their money. But how are we
thank you.
going to pay them when there's more debt than actual money that exists? That's kind of funny.
We
Well, you
don't.
can't.
We don't pay. That's it.
Yeah,
Fractional
exactly.
reserve.
It has to actually reach a critical capacity and collapse. It's designed into the system.
But I don't think they actually had it yet. So I think that's what the purpose of World War I was. So
Yeah.
once the Federal Reserve was established, like imagine this. Let's say that two whatever, like, two people, they go and they establish a Federal Reserve. Well, nobody really cares about their Federal Reserve. They have to actually they had to get power behind it. And so in a sense, like when it first started, it was, they were trying to implement this new structure in, the United States, as it were. And World War I think the entire thrust of it was so that they could get control over the rest of the world to all run through essentially the United States and the Federal Reserve through the world banking system. And that World War I was that process of getting the world banks established, because before that they didn't quite have it just with the Federal Reserve, but they needed that contract signed, if you will, if you want to call it that, in a sense, to have that position to be the main, essentially, like lender to all the banks in the United States of America, in and of itself. And then having the stock market and all the biggest corporations and everything starting to be run through the United States, and then New York and everything else that's connected to it. There's like a huge power move to where they then use that through the Federal Reserve to then employ everything they did in World War I to then get the actual world banks established. And then they did the Great Depression, where they pulled the rug out from everyone from 1929 to 1933. And then after that, right into World War II and everything that flows from there.
Yeah, it's kind of like the concept of build, break, build, right? You build up somebody to break them down to then just build back up their confidence. Like the the break was the Depression, right? So you build everybody up through World War I. You give them rah, 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 USA, let's get onto this different banking system, yada, yada, yada. Then breakdown, everybody's, scraping together to barely survive. So now you give them something to fight for, quite literally, and then implement your complete consumerism type.
Complicit slaves.
Yeah.
That's the
Well,
whole
yeah,
point
but
of
the
that
Federal
law.
Reserve wasn't really doing its thing until they took all the gold away, essentially, and
Yeah.
made it that all the other banks are essentially agents for the Federal Reserve. Whenever you go to the bank, they act as an agent for the Federal Reserve.
They're like beholden to the gold supply that they have, which they took us off the gold standard because they just had so much of it, basically, that they were able to replace it with their own.
Well, yeah, because essentially the gold is actual real money. Like, they still interact with each other with gold. That's how they pay themselves off and shit. Like, that's how they give each other and do that shit. What we have essentially is like the peasant money. Essentially, it's the money that is essentially they charge us for using the peasant money. It's not like they give us the money and somehow like it gets, but no, they get charged. They charge us, and the Internal Revenue Service is the one who comes and collects that charge or that interest and then brings it back to the Federal Reserve. So that whole IRS, Federal Reserve system, Federal Reserve note, dollar system all came in at around 1913, 1911, but didn't really kind of take hold. It was just set up. It's like if you get all your players on the battlefield before the battle starts, they essentially put all their guys in the positions. So that when shit hit the fan, like you said in the 1920s, well, everyone was thinking about giving their women the right to vote and letting her go fuck someone else. That's what they were thinking about. These guys were setting up banks and getting ready to collapse the entire economy. So, like, yeah, they're pretty genius. But yeah, dude, that whole system, they consider it a service. They consider the Federal Reserve note something that they do for us,
I
and
mean,
that we owe
so
them money for it. That's why the IRS comes after us, because we're using their
Yeah,
that's a
they're
good-
working hard. They're working hard to print your
notes
money.
because we don't have any money. We went insolvent.
You're breaking up a
Yeah.
little bit.
Yeah, that's a good hindsight viewpoint, Noah, where you're breaking that down, where it's like, yeah, they were distracted by women wanting to have the right to vote and get in the workplace and, first wave feminism and all these things, right? So think about what's exactly happening right now. It's like they use the same playbook over and over again. Let's distract everybody with these issues that they think are so important as far as societal issues, get everybody complaining about that, fighting with their neighbor about all that stuff, while in the background they're sitting there figuring out how they're going to complete the newest form of their monetary enslavement in the background. And we're all just sitting here complaining about whether or not, bombs are being thrown from this Middle Eastern country to the other, or whether or not we can properly define what a woman is,
Yeah, we don't need to use their Federal Reserve notes, and if we didn't, we wouldn't have anything to owe to the IRS. They actually had to take the gold out of people's pockets to actually implement the system, because it is their system and they did build it for us, right? And we are using their service. So it's kind of like what happened is that they actually took away all the other options, and then they said it's optional if you use us. But it's like, well, there's nothing else to use. We don't have any. Like, we are actually a broke nation. The
Yeah, they
Republicans-
co-opted. Yeah, they co-opted and then built a monopoly on that
Can I,
co-op.
can I
Yeah,
read
they're
you guys?
essentially doing that right now, right? They're taking away what options do we have to avoid the purview of them anyways. It's their cash system that they implemented, to subvert the gold. So now they're trying to subvert their cash system into this system that's going to be even more controlled. CBDCs, all that kind of stuff, all electronic banking and all that stuff. So they're going to phase out their previous system and implement a new one. Well,
it's the same system.
Before we move on from the
It's the same.
Federal
It's the
Reserve,
same
do you mind if I?
system. It's the same system, Napalm.
Do you
It's
mind if
just
I
this
read
time
this?
instead of Federal Reserve note credits, it's going to be social credits. Yeah, go ahead.
There's a quote here, and I'm sorry, I was muted before, and I thought you were just ignoring me, so I've been just like trying to talk for ages, and I realised I had a problem. But there's a quote here from Edward Mandell House, the founder of the Federal Reserve, the mastermind of the founding of the Federal Reserve. Edward Mandell House to Woodrow Wilson. All right, it says, very soon, every American will be required to register their biological property in a national system designed to keep track of the people that will operate under the ancient system of pledging. By such methodology, we can compel people to submit to our agenda, which will affect our security as a chargeback for our fiat paper currency. Every American will be forced to register or suffer not being able to work and earn a living. They will be our chattel, and we will hold the security interest over them forever by operation of the law merchant under the scheme of secured transactions. Americans, by unknowingly or unwittingly delivering the bills of lading to us, which is the best of it, will be rendered bankrupt and insolvent, forever to remain economic slaves through taxation, secured by their pledges. They will be stripped of their rights and given a commercial value designed to make us a profit, and they will be none the wiser. For not one man in a million could ever figure out our plans, and if by accident one or two would figure it out, we have in our arsenal plausible deniability. After all, this is the only logical way to fund government, by floating liens and debt to the registrants in the form of benefits and privileges. This will inevitably reap us huge profits beyond our wildest expectations and leave every American a contributor to this fraud, which we will call social insurance. Without realizing it, every American will insure us for any loss we may incur, and in this manner, every American will unknowingly be our servant, however begrudgingly, and the people will become helpless without any hope for their redemption, and will employ the high office of the president of our dummy corporation to foment this plot against America. Right.
Dude, is that a verified quote?
Wow.
Because that's like so fucked up. It just makes me think it's fake. Because that is insanely dystopian.
Yeah, I read that one before. Yeah,
Yeah, I've read that before. Yep.
That's an old one. Yeah.
Like, you don't call it the United States of America, right? Just the US, United States.
Sums it up.
Yeah, no, it's right. It's right because they transitioned you over. They got rid of the gold. They made the republic insolvent. The republic essentially died, and then they put it on a life support. But the life support they put it on was the chains that are around your fucking feet. The shackles around your feet is what keeps the republic alive. The republic is like a fucking animated zombie at this point. A country that goes insolvent no longer exists. Yet this one does, because guess what? They're serving us. They're giving us loans. They're essentially keeping America alive. America already died.
It's like a zombie that won't die, and they can just keep it alive by just pumping debt into it.
Yeah, essentially they killed the body. It's like a literal zombie. They killed the body, but then kept it alive and started having it do what they wanted. It's like the perfect take. Like, that's so perfect, man. How they did it.
Yeah, and that description right there, the way, just, yeah, dude, if you could post that, or post, the reference to it, yeah, because, yeah, that you're saying that's the guy that actually established the Federal Reserve. I mean,
Yeah,
that sums it up. But right at the
Conception.
beginning, when they're like, to give your biologics over, I mean, that's exactly what it is. You have a birth certificate. You give
That's
it
your
right
placenta.
over. Yeah,
That's your placenta. They're talking about the placenta when they say your biological property. That's what it is.
Registering your children, birth certificate. It's like having a ship arrive at dock. It's like the what would you call it? Like the birth certificate. Like when a ship arrives and people leave it, like they leave the berth of the boat. It's like they have to have a what do they call it? Anyway, it's like a log where you write things that are going in the boat and out of the boat, and that's like a birth certificate.
The manifest.
That's right, manifest.
So when you think about like that letter that you just read, when you think that literally every single person who hears that, in a way, really should get torches and pitchforks and march down and demand change, because they literally just told you in that letter that they have deliberately done everything they can possibly do to screw you over, and it's not by accident; it's 100% deliberate. But unfortunately, when people hear that, they just won't do anything. They'll just go, well, okay,
Yeah,
well, they fucked us over.
treason.
Good job.
It's treason.
Yeah. Well, they got us.
Treason,
That's right.
That's what it is. And
Well, they got-
treason is actually one of the crimes that has it's universally capital punishment for
Yeah,
being
that's right.
treasonous.
Anyone still implementing it should be put to death.
But that's the thing is treason, like for someone to be essentially announced a criminal or treasonous, there has to actually it has to be brought forth, right? And it has to be brought forth in a court that's neutral to both parties. And that's certainly they already took over the court system. So
Well, the thing is,
you
though,
couldn't
that
even bring these
implies
guys in for treason to begin with because all the lawyers are their agents and all the judges are their agents. So you can't even bring them in for treason. Like you would have to actually they essentially took over the government, so anything you're gonna do to them is gonna have to be anarchistic in nature, which is not a good position to be in.
Well, you follow the money, right? Like, who took money and who? Well, first off, you just have to find out which were the really bad laws that were like, who the fuck would vote on that, you know? And then you go and you look at, was anybody paid money? And then you go, okay, who are they paid money by? Okay, can we get this person on serving the interests of a foreign entity, even if you can just construe it, you know? There has to be accountability at some point, and you know, the question I ask is like, who elects the president of the Federal Reserve, and who selects the president of the United States, not of America?
Oh yeah, it's all a corporation. I see it more as a takeover. Like you're saying treasonous, Noah, but wouldn't that imply that they were part of it originally? Like, because that gets into whatever these entities or these controllers even are, and what their actual. But it seems like they've done a takeover for sure, like a usurping, just a complete takeover of everything. Because I think there's certain parts, like for example, if we do have some kind of money system, it could make sense to have that run through something that is actually transparent and of honesty. So it's like they took that kind of idea and then, but the problem is that they're like a wolf in sheep's clothing. They're not doing the actual legit work that they try to put off, that they convince others that they try to say that they're doing, and it's not. It's not what they're actually showing. They're not doing what
Well,
they're
that's the
actually
thing.
showing.
They all have to study this book called The Prince by Machiavelli. And essentially, in Machiavelli, in the Prince, he says that like the statesman can never be seen as like a violent force or something like that, as compared to the criminals of the society. So essentially, like they know essentially how to tap dance and not have us riot in a sense to a level where they'll encroach right up to the fucking point and then they'll just stop right there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, it's a totalitarian tiptoe, isn't it? You know, just keep moving from A to B, B to C, C to D, D to G. Just keep going a few steps. If you take too many steps, you take a couple backwards. You know, too many people pop up their eyes and start looking and going, what the hell's going on? And you go, shit, let's go back 3 steps, calm everything down, then start moving forward again. It's a tiptoe.
That happened with
A
COVID.
frog boiling in water just slowly gets
Exactly.
hot to the point it just boils away. Doesn't even see it coming.
In COVID, we had a ban against alcohol for like 1 weekend in Western Australia. 1 weekend. You know, that says it all.
But my question is, was it ever even our country to begin with? Or was it more of some power? It transferred from one power to another, but the whole time it was never in our hands at all, you know? Does it really matter if our leader goes from one guy to the other when we were never I don't know, for me at least, the more I think about it, the more I look into it, it's not that they took over our country. They took the country someone else already ruled over us beforehand, you know what I'm saying?
Well, have you heard that there were actually like 15 presidents before the actual first U.S. president?
Before
Talking about the
Washington? Oh, yeah.
Continental
Like
Congress or
the
whatever.
Republic? Yeah, there was like a Republic of the United States that was actually the real Republic, and they had presidents, and they had a whole. And then
I thought it was
the George
a
Washington
confederacy.
was the George. Yeah, well, and then George Washington coming in, his Freemason and his crew came in, and then they wrote the Constitution, and then they basically they just took it over. They're like, yeah, we're just gonna rewrite this and essentially put themselves at the top of it.
Constitution is a very well written document because you will look through it and you'll not actually see the problem in the document from like from the mind of a secular humanist.
Well, I think
they
usurped it.
look through
They took it over.
yeah, you're gonna look through the doc. I'll just explain it real quick. You're gonna look through the document. And you're gonna think, wow, this is like, how did they come up with this? This is like the perfect document. And I'm talking about the original, with the original 13 amendments, not the new 13th Amendment. No. There was a different 13th Amendment before.
No,
The one it
no
currently
lawyers in
is.
government.
Yeah,
Isn't that
real quick. The original, if you look at the original Constitution with the original 13th Amendment, not the fucking fake 13th Amendment, the original one. You look at the document, you'll actually see that this document is a very good document for our government. The only problem is it relies on fucking human beings to not be corrupt. The legislation is all like and I think that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna come up with a new world constitution, and instead of the legislation being executed by man, which was the problem with the United States Constitution and why it got corrupted and taken over, they're gonna leave it up to AIs and shit, and that's gonna be their new. Like, I really think that's gonna be the new world system. They're gonna have an AI judge system, like an AI judge, like judicial system, essentially.
Yeah, the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. All persons born or naturalized in the United States are subject. All persons born and naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States of the state we're in.
That was way later, though.
This doesn't make sense. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state where they reside. So basically,
they turned it into being enslaved.
Well, when it said and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, what makes you subject to their jurisdiction in the first place?
Yeah, it's like owning.
Yeah,
exactly. That's like owning slaves and then making them obey by some like inhumane,
What I think
because you registered yourself under the company. So once you register yourself under the company, well, you're now owned by the company.
Yeah, we're basically owned by the governments that we have birth certificates in a sense.
Yeah, I don't even think it was really a takeover, though. I think it was just like a switch in management, in my mind.
Yeah, probably.
Because, like, really, like,
I think these guys have not always.
All the founding 33 of the founding fathers were Freemasons out of 35, dude. Like 33 out of 35. Like, think about how bad of a fucking ratio that is. First off, I mean, and then all the fucking shit that has gone down in between, all that sus shit. I personally think the whole Federal Reserve System and taking them off the gold dollar was like, we never really had control of this country. Essentially, the management of this country essentially switched from a bunch of Freemasons here to essentially a bunch of bankers over there, essentially. But either way, we were never in charge of it. It was never our vehicle for expressing political power, I guess.
I think you're probably right, and all that was done in the end was to just solidify it for them in maybe a different kind of legal term.
No, I think it's just like as time goes on, you have to update your slave your slave plantation, right? Like if you have machines now, you don't need fucking 50 slaves picking cotton. You can have one slave driving the machine, and then you have to go figure out what to do. Like, I think a lot of these things, like from their side, is actually just updates to their system to make it more profitable or more with the times, almost like in a business sense, almost. Like if you're on a boat, dude, and you fucking have, I don't know.
Did you cut out then, Noah? Or just cut out for me?
No, I just want to leave the fucking space. I don't want to monologue.
Well, I mean, there was definitely some kind of takeover from Europe in terms of the United States. So there's that whole situation, whatever that is actually all about, and the American Revolution and all these different claims of what happened. But there is an idea that basically there's basically the original republic, which, yeah, like you said though, they would have been the ones at that time in a sense. Even though the way the republic was set up is that each state can have its own laws, like its own sub laws. So it's not really like a centralized, like global control thing.
It wasn't a republic. It was a confederacy. The republic is what the Constitution, what was essentially created through the Constitution. That's the republic. There was a confederacy of colonies before the republic. That's why they have your Articles of Confederation. That's your original document in the U.S., right, on the U.S. soil. And then obviously, if you want to go further back, you have like the decrees of fucking King James to make Jamestown. Like, you know what I mean? But there was no republic before the Constitution. That's what I'm just trying to say. It was a confederation, different style of government.
Well, it's a huge tax on people. Like standard of living is a great way to tell how corrupt a country is. Like a family member of mine recently come back from Poland, and we go, what's the standard of living like over there compared to Australia? Oh, fucking twice as good, 10 times better. Like, damn, they used to be a poor country. Well, yeah, like they're trying to make turn Europe into a place that's not. Europe is too sophisticated, so I'd like to break that down a little bit. And I think the idea that it's not to kill people, it's not war, it's not. The idea is homogenization of culture and homogenization of just homogenize everybody, and then they're easier to control.
Yeah, it's about making money, dude. It's about making product and shit. And when I say money, I mean gold. It's about getting gold, essentially. That's what most of these fuckers are doing. They're all making gold. That's what they're doing. They're collecting gold because they're fucking. But they've surpassed like nation states essentially. Our nation states are like their bitches. But Gio, have you heard of this Tavern of the Green Dragon? And essentially that the whole Boston Tea Party was a fucking Freemason fucking sham, essentially.
Yeah, it does seem like it's connected to
Yeah. So
trade
essentially
routes.
the king of England actually cut his taxes. And because he cut his taxes, the smugglers wouldn't essentially be able to sell their tea because it would be just as cheap as the legal shit, right? So what happened is these smugglers, who are all Freemasons, kind of funny, eh? The criminals of the day, the pirates of the day, the skull and crossbones, the smugglers, they're all the same group. They
Yeah,
decide, since the fucking royalty, and guess who these guys are, dude? These are just the same bloodline, the same aristocracy, just the second and third sons, not the first son. The first son is obviously the royalty. These fucking Freemason smugglers essentially all got together in their Green Dragon Tavern. You can go fucking find documents. You can find it on DuckDuckGo, even Google, because people don't even look this shit up. They only censor it once enough people have seen it. They don't censor shit that people don't look into. That's why you can always catch it before, but after you can't. But essentially, yeah, these guys got together and dressed up as Indians and went and threw tea in the bay because the British Crown was actually cutting into their thing. And actually, the people in the fucking Union, like in the colonies, their tea price was higher because the fucking smugglers were also in bed with the fucking legal tea sellers, and they were holding the shit back and creating an artificial, like, essentially a shortage, dude. Like the whole thing was like it's crazy, dude. You got to look into it. It's fuck. I was like, wow, like these fucking criminals, dude.
yeah. Jeez, yeah, that's a lot of
No, it's like essentially,
yeah.
literally a cartel founded America to be the gangster's paradise, where they could all go over here and do their gangster shit and make money and have their fucking. And that's why the flags look similar. The fucking the Dutch East India Company flag and the flag of America look similar because those are all the same privateers. The privateers, the pirates, the gangsters, the smugglers. They all came here to found gangsters' paradise. That's what the republic's about. It's their republic, and I think the whole money system to the Federal Reserve, like, I think they had their own internal shift, and they had to essentially update the government system. And they made away with a lot of gold, man, like fuck tons, man. And they have and now it's not even that. We're actually just their slaves, and we have to do what they say and shit. It's crazy.
Well, I think
And
the whole thing
I
about
think they are related to the crown. I think
yeah.
just one more point. When the fucking king has a son, the kingdom gets passed down to the firstborn. That means essentially nothing is left for the other two, except they say, all right, son, I'll train you to be a knight. You can go to far foreign lands, and it's your jurisdiction to go conquer. So I think that aristocracy became these pirates. Essentially, you can see like the decrees of the Pope, like during the Spanish Empire, like they gave them licenses to go plunder whatever they wanted. So I think what happened is it's just the second sons went to expand, and when they changed the banking system, the first sons were claiming, I guess, what the second sons have gone and conquered before them. But like, it's all the same. It's all the same fucking family in the end.
Hey, Gio, what did you watch that explained the bankers' roles during World War I and World War II? That doesn't sound familiar to me.
Look into the Bank of International Settlements, and so that their establishment, or what their role in the war.
Yeah, Gio, I came in late to the convo. Gio was talking about it earlier, but I didn't catch the beginning of it.
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, I'm back here for a sec. Yeah, real quick, just I'll respond to that, but then also Noah, what you were saying, I was just gonna make a very general, broad thing in terms of like the Democrat Republican polarity, because there's the idea that the Republicans was actually the original republic, which is why the Republicans, and then the Democrat essentially is the kind of Freemason, all of that. Now, I'm not saying in today's world they're so blended, they're co-opting both sides. So I'm not trying to say in today's world it's delineated that way, but I was just saying, in linked with all that history we were talking about, because we do still have this sort of Republican Party, and then the Democratic Party, and then the claims of the Democrats, like, voting, and then bringing in a lot of that, and it's a whole different, and then the federal system, basically, because you have, like, once everything went federal, that's when they got control over all the states, and now you have the federal United States of America, which is then run through that, actual, which is interesting, the connection with like the federation as well, like that term, and federal, and how now then there's this kind of centralized sort of global control, as it were, in that sense, and then the globe, of course, being the model for pushing that as well, I think, and how that's all interconnected. But yeah, and just all of that kind of usurping, and that whole that whole process. So, anyways, that's a real quick response to that. And then, no, well, what I was talking about during World War I, just to respond to what you were saying, was that was when they were able to establish the world banks, the connections, and the control over the bankings of all those other countries, to link them all in through the Federal Reserve and the U.S. stock market, ultimately.
Yeah, it makes sense. So you came up with that on your own? You didn't source that information? Because I agree, it makes a lot of sense. I just had never seen it in a documentary.
Well, no, I mean there is a lot of information in terms of do you know, like, during World War I and during World War II, that like all the banks were, even in countries that were completely quote unquote enemies, that the banks were actually signing contracts, making deals, sending massive amounts of money back and forth, and going towards funding to the actual militaries and to the equipment for the militaries as well, the corporations that are building the bombs and the tanks and all of that. So there's a lot in terms of all of those connections. It was when all the banks started. It's like once they started, the actual war environments were happening, they seemed to be able to get like enough control over the political region and over the sort of financials to be able to get those banks to play ball with them, to where they then could build the world banking system that we now have, or that they have now implemented, as it were. But it's all kind of connected to those histories and all of the banking cartels and all of the different like backdoor deals and all of the exchanges and things that were being established at that time, to where these things are all now run through the IMF and a lot of these other big organizations.
Yeah, it's no different to what's happening now. It's exactly the same, and you can look at it. You can put it just this simple. There's no profit in peace. That's what these people. That's when you realize, oh, they're behind the whole fucking thing. They fund both sides. You know, in this case, they created Hamas. You know, for all intents and purposes, they probably are. They probably are the same people. Do you understand? I wouldn't be surprised one bit if Hamas is just, you know, another arm of
Al-Qaeda, maybe.
the idea. You know, the basically the same. Well, I'm just going to say Israelis, basically, same people. Why wouldn't they be? That makes sense to me, anyway.
No, you
I was-
don't you know, Andy? We won the war, dude. We won.
No, we need a forever
We
war.
won.
That's what we need. Keep people
we the
in check.
bankers.
That's funny when Noah was saying "gangster's paradise." That's, I mean, it's like true. It is like to think of it that way, because yeah, they are running the cartels and all of these, all these shams. It's
That's what I was thinking in my mind. This country was founded by Masons for Masons. There
at
was
at the expense of everyone else to the maximum
Yes.
degree that they can possibly stretch it.
Well, I would argue that in the beginning, in the late 1700s, early 1800s, there was enough information free flowing in society where a normal, lower rung person in society would be able to learn enough to be able to use that system to raise themselves up out of poverty and to own land. But it's just that that information has been hidden and stripped away. You could argue you could still do it right now. You could use the court system in your favor if you know how to use the right verbiage and the right contracts, right? And it's just that information is very difficult to learn and to master. You got to have a set of brass balls to go inside of a courtroom and start ordering the judge around, doing that type of stuff.
Yeah, it's very difficult to tell them that they are a criminal or that they've just committed a criminal action without them reacting like a child.
Yeah, well, that's why when they have those controlling factions, that's the whole thing. Like, whatever this group is, if we just call them like the controllers, whatever term that we might use, but these, however one even views that, whether you see it as like the many different ways of viewing, but it's like when they have those controlling positions within the political arena and within even the judges and within the court system, it really is like, it's like if they want a gangster's paradise for themselves, like they're the gangsters, they're the cartels, they want basically infinite money, they want us building yachts and airplanes for them, and they want to be able to rule and then also control and have like total control over the banks, be able to print all the money, and then it's at the expense of everyone else. Then in my understanding of how energy flows in creation is that eventually there will be a reckoning, and that the tables will turn for the positive. Like if there's a negative influence like that, it always has an expiry date at which it no longer will be able to, and then there'll be some kind of a shift.
The people, I mean, it can't be hoodwinked for so long. It's like, the way that money works, it's sort of like we end up all chasing our own tails, just to serve their interests, and then people end up, it's really soon, people going like, fuck, do I even want to live in a city anymore? Do I even care about, life is fucking boring. I have to work so much just to keep up with things. If you were just had your own, you could almost just go out into the middle of nowhere and just build a fucking hut and have a better life and work less hours, have a better standard of living.
Yeah, I just dropped into the live stream VC1 chat, the talk "All Wars Are Bankers' Wars." If anyone hasn't seen that, that's like a must watch.
Yeah, I posted it earlier.
Oh, sorry about that. Didn't know that.
Oh, it's all good. I was just going to add when Noah was speaking earlier about those major trading companies, the East India, that is the origination, the genesis of what we now call corporations. They're the ones that started corporations. So, but we're taught they're just pirates.
Yeah, they had the same thing up here in Canada. We had the Hudson's Bay Company. It was like a little They had their own little military, and they were getting support, killing the Indians, and yeah, we had the same kind of a thing here. The Hudson's Bay Company.
Yeah, that would basically be their version of Silicon Valley. Cutting edge, newest technology, most amount of money being made in these major conglomerate corporations.
Yeah, that's why I've been mentioning socialism lately, levelist. Last few days I've been, because we've seen it coming from a mile away. You know, we had likes of, we can mention a few names, David Icke and people like that. Regardless of what you think of them, they've kind of been warning about this totalitarian tiptoe, and this is what we're seeing. This is what they're protesting about in Spain now. Because along with that comes all this other ideology, the trans and the BLM and all the rest of it. And, you know, I was kind of doffing my cap to them because they've got a person in the major places in every industry, and they call each other comrade. And they've got a lot of followers who clearly don't know the history. They don't know. They've bought into a thing that cannot work. Well, depending on which side of the fence you're on. If you're the person with the 10 yachts and the 50 Mercedes, then yeah, it fucking works for you then. It absolutely works.
Does it really though? On the actual spirit level?
Well,
yeah.
Sorta. No.
Are you?
Well, communism for Rothschild, like a corporate welfare. You know, just redistribution of money. The tax collectors.
This is what I was trying to say to that guy earlier. As long as we've got the human condition the way it is, communism / socialism will never work. It cannot work because there'll always be some greedy bastard. There'll always be, because on paper it looks wonderful, you know.
I think on paper it looks terrible. To be honest. Yeah,
Well, just the idea that we're all sharing, we're all sort of, we all got the same, is a nice idea, but it's just not realistic, is it?
Well, I mean, the idea of living in a hippie commune, like I like that idea. That'd be awesome. Everyone shares everything they have. You know, no one really owns anything. Everything's kind of cool. But you know, communism as a for a nation, like a political, like that's a completely different thing. You know, you end up with a bunch of power at the top with just these massive corporations that preside over people and control and determine people's lives and work.
Yep.
I've always thought communism was kind of co-opted as well.
Yeah,
well, I think we should call it by its proper name. It should be called Judeo-communism and Judeo-socialism.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is.
Socialism.
Yeah, what we need.
Humans are social creatures.
What we need is a resource.
You're good, Jeremy. Go.
What we need is a resource-based economy.
Good try.
What was that?
We did hear the first part, though. We need a resource-based economy. All right, boom. That's Jeremy's statement. You got it all out, let's say.
Yeah, levelist. You're going to say also known as Bolshevism. You know, that's where it comes from. You know, Trotsky and Marx. That's where it comes from. I mean, this modern sort of Judeo-communism. I like that.
Yeah, and how many millions did the Bolsheviks kill?
Yeah, quite a few.
40 million.
Wasn't it more than that? Aren't they literally the biggest mass murderers in human history?
Yeah, the number kind of changes, so I'm not going to die on that hill of what the number is, to be honest. But we can assume it's a lot.
Doesn't matter.
It's a shitload.
How many million does it take, though?
Well, I guess it doesn't matter if you're the people controlling what gets out to the public. You can kill as many people as you want, and no one's even going to know about it. You'll just blame everything and turn another guy into the worst mass murderer in history and make sure you cover up all your crimes. And then say that you were actually the victim.
Yeah, seems to be a repeated story.
That thing that Shepa read earlier from the thing that the guy from the Federal Reserve wrote, or the guy, you know, that main
The
he was
Edward
reading
Mandel
that.
House.
Yeah. Dude, like instead of like I was thinking earlier to that, and I'm not trying to change the topic from where you guys can continue where you're at now too, but I'm just saying I just was thinking of this still. That they had us like pledging allegiance to the flag every morning when we were kids, you know, we had to put our hand over our chest. I pledge allegiance. I mean, for me, I think that was all through at least like, okay, all of elementary school, even middle school. Can't really know. I don't know if we did it in high school. Is that the same for you guys? That you did every morning? You had to. Anyways, my point was we had to like repeat I'm just saying they had us doing that, and that what you just read right there. Apparently, even though that's out there, what if they had everybody actually reading that every morning? Just revealing like how they're actually just the whole sham that they're running. Anyways, I just thought it's just sort of like for some reason I thought about like the pledge instead. It's like I'm just sort of like the idea of like instead they have us pledging allegiance to their flag, meanwhile telling us in their own writings that are not really in the media but that are out there exactly what they're doing. And it just seems like if everyone knew that, how like kind of like Plain said earlier, like how could it not be that everyone would not just stop what they're doing in one day and be like, what are we got to stop letting these criminals do this, you know, like instantly. You would think it would be solved in a week.
Yeah, that letter needs to go viral.
Yeah.
Like it needs to be given to some really big channels, and they need to get it out there. Like if people really read that and actually soaked in what they're saying, there would have to be civil unrest. If not, you know that their plan has worked so well to dumb people down and divide and conquer that all we're going to have to do is step back and just applaud them and say, well, good job, guys. You did it. Like if people don't revolt after reading that.
You're talking about a day of like boycotting the system, like every facet of the system, just everybody just drops what they're doing.
Well, I think he was saying that, you know, if you tell people what you're doing, you're blatantly, and then they don't resist or they don't dissent, you know, then yeah, like it's kind of like manufacturing the right to do something, or like manufacturing of consent. You know, it's like yeah, and in a way, like through your whole life, you have been forced to sign and to agree that you consent to this system the whole way through.
Yeah, but also silence is consent, isn't it? So if we don't say anything, then we're just saying, yeah, go ahead, do what you want.
Should that be the
Silence
meme?
is
Like
acquiescence.
hashtag we don't consent.
Well, we have to do something different, right? Like it's just you know, you can't hold these people accountable and then go, okay, well, you know, because what is it they're doing? Nothing really, not much. It's just very simple management. Take the bins out on the Monday. You know, I don't know. Give people reassurance on the television when you know something happens that makes people fearful. That's about it. You know, I don't know. Military, national defense. You know, that's about all. You know, and that's very cheap.
Well, the thing is, like, what they're doing is actually criminal. Like, they are actually breaking laws. So we even have them on that. Not that I'm a big I'm not talking about like using violence to like try to arrest them or whatever. But I'm just saying a lot of these like secret societies and these cabals and all these like they just have like immunity from the police and the military because they have the controlling factions within it. But the tables could turn on that.
All it would take is, I mean, what is treason, right? It's serving the interests of a foreign entity. That can be a state, that can be a corporation, that can be whatever. But if it's something that is, truly a foreign entity, and they're
that's for
serving
a
their interests
civilian.
by voting for it, and they're provably taking money to do so under oath, that is a jailable offence. That's forfeiture of all assets and life in prison. That's what it is in all common law countries, I think.
Well, the thing here in the States is like when you swear an oath to uphold a position of office or, governmental power, like you're not supposed to have any other legiancies that reside above that particular oath. So that by definition would be treason as well. So in which they've already done prior to receiving those positions, they swore oaths on the secret societies that they reside in. So
Then you have all the people with dual citizenship, so they should all be held for treason anyway. Because how can you know who they're really, who their loyalty really belongs to?
right, that's exactly, it's a conflict of interest,
So
and
that's treason. That's what they're anyway.
right. But I mean, look at our
That's like
founding father,
25% of our government, by the way.
our first president. George.
Only from one state too.
If you want to learn more about that, there's a video on the side chat called Christian or Freemason, and it is the Australian Parliament, but it applies. It's the same sort of thing with all secret societies, like in government systems. It's just the in terms of like where their allegiance truly lies and what oaths mean more to them. There's an oath on a piece of paper that you can just throw away mean more to you than a blood oath, where people are actually going to kill you if you violate it. I think the other one, the death is the one with a high punishment is what they follow.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's a big problem.
Well, Daiso, you were saying earlier, like if we just like not consenting, I've often thought, even when I was a child, I remember thinking this because I always just knew that like it's like that there's obviously some controlling faction involved, and just that there's just the money system, the whole just home people that are homeless, people that are starving. I mean, we all grew up knowing that those are all things happening. I used to just think it is just sort of a fantastical idea, but the idea that if everybody just woke up one day and was like, if we were all coordinated to just basically be like, no, we're not doing this anymore. Like, we're not doing your system. We're not doing your paper dollars anymore. And now what would that look like from there? Yeah, that'd be a big question. But I mean, we would be free. Like, we'd be sovereign. Now you could argue that maybe they would try to do martial law, or they would try to get the military. But the thing is, much of the military is made up from civilians. So it's sort of like in a movie when like the evil empire, when we actually get to the bottom of it, you realize it's like a house of cards. Like, it's only a few people that are actually kind of running it. And then once they kind of crumble, the whole thing crumbles, even though it had a big scary outlook on it, or a big scary voice, or they have whatever, like kind of like in that. I was trying to make the link to the Wizard of Oz when he's like behind the curtain and he's got the big scary sounding voice or whatever. So like that, it's actually more like a house of cards, when you actually get to the roots of it in that sense. But
Well, the thing is, like, I think if like, where would we draw the line, right? Like, we would still like want and need certain things in place, like, because it's like if we took that to every extreme, and everybody essentially just walked off the job. I mean, we'd just kind of be a sitting duck. We'd have people sick, dying, not getting the hospital care they would potentially need. I mean, just
well, no, I don't really mean like
you would have
leaving
essential
people.
workers.
Yeah, I don't really necessarily. I kind of was saying in a more dramatic sense, if everybody just refused to be in this like enslaved system, basically with their money and the taxes, and that's more what I mean. I don't mean just like not going to work and letting people starve. Yeah, we need to keep going. But that is a good point. Like, how do you transition, from?
But you also got to think as well that at the end of the day, it would really only take one day. Like, I mean, if
but that's what I'm
just as an
saying, though.
example, if all of a sudden you had 300 million people in America on the streets, not violently, but just on the streets saying, we will not comply, everything needs to change, the government have to take notice. But let's say only 3 million people
to form a fist.
Yeah, I know, but if let's say if you only have, say, 3 million people, which sounds like a lot, they'll still just ignore that. but they can't ignore 300 million people. But the problem is the divide and conquer has been so perfect with, what's a woman? Can trans go into bathrooms? Like flat Earth versus globe Earth, like the divide and man versus woman, everything. The divide and conquer has been so perfectly executed that we will never ever get 300 million people out on the streets.
It doesn't take that much. All it takes is having police on outside. So, like going to the protesting or like picketing, taking some evidence, documented evidence that these politicians have taken money. These laws they passed didn't serve anything other than to benefit these foreign entities, blah blah blah. And you can kind of say that. And if they don't arrest them, then you just picket the police, because the police are supposed to be. Well, they're going to be the ones that arrest them, right? So you got to get them on side. But it's with
I
the
really don't
Freemason
see
thing.
300 million
It's
people
like
doing
it's
anything.
compartmentalization. People will keep doing it because, like with the Freemasons, right? Their higher levels of masonry are very like Luciferian, very like very, very dark, and so. You're not going to teach that to people that just joined Freemasonry. Oh, look, that's it's beautiful, it's lovely. Oh no, there's all this dark shit. You've got it's holding power over people. It's like they're not going to lead with that. So they compartmentalize all this stuff so that when people do finally get to that level, oh shit, like that's what it's about. And then so like you're saying, if once truth actually comes out and that people realize that they're affecting other people and think, it wouldn't really take that long to just dissolve this idea of holding power at the expense of sacrificing freedom.
300 million people, though, they can't just be protesting, right? They have to do more than that, because if they just
protesting does nothing, don't do it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't do anything, because like you
Get
have
them
no
into a court.
You have no leverage, and even a court. None of these. You don't have no leverage. The actual leverage would come from 300 people forming.
Make a court yourself. Form your own court.
The difference is,
you know what would solve all of it overnight? Oh, sorry.
Gallows.
Well, it's just everybody decided to use something other than the fiat dollar. If we all just if there was some like let's just say a good cryptocurrency or something that could if everyone just went off the dollar, but we still kept exchanging stuff, that would basically solve it, because their dollar is really what everyone is run by ultimately. That's like
it would do.
Like the
but
ring.
The problem with that, BGA,
that's like the ring, basically.
That's why I said all the world's chaos we're currently witnessing is based on the attack of the traditional fiat system by means of the crypto system. So, like, in my opinion, like I think it's a way to potentially stop it from at least slow it down from happening, if not potentially stop it. Like, I don't know if you've been hearing all this talk about massive solar flare ejections potentially wiping out our entire grid, and like these are all the scenarios they want to have happen, because if that happens, then they're just going to be in power for another however long.
Crypto would be just like one point. The crypto would be a massive blow, but at the same time, it still relies on this global fucking internet system that they basically run. So ultimately, I don't know how people would achieve this. It's a big question mark, but it would have to be a localized world where everyone's self-sustainable at a localized level, but also having some sort of overall understanding of what just happened, where we got taken over. So, and how if we start fighting with each other, local group versus local group, that would also lead to problems. So that would basically need to be the situation. You'd basically need to have a lot of local self-sustainable groups across the entire world who also have an understanding that they're not going to attack each other or try to overpower one another. But
when it comes to the crypto, the biggest problem that we'll have is that we'll literally have to create another internet that will divert the internet that we have now, because all they're going to do is say you can't even get onto the internet unless you scan your face. Like, they will have bio-imprinting that we won't even be able to get onto the internet unless we do these things. So you could have all the crypto in the world, but if you can't get on the internet, it doesn't mean shit. So we'll have to make a new internet to get on there.
Yeah, that is a big question. And that actually, when looking back on the history of the internet and everything, and actually that it looks to be that was actually the original, what what they were originally going for is that sort of like when America Online was, where you had to pay for a subscription with America Online, and then you got online to what they allowed you to see. But there was actually certain reasons, and not to go on a whole long thing about it, but when looking into the history of the internet, there's certain reasons as to why these protocols that were being developed were essentially not able to be controlled, and so they had to kind of open it up, basically. And it was to their detriment, I think, ultimately, because of what the internet has actually done. But it's like it had to be open. However, they still run, like Arul was saying, with the ISPs. They still run, pretty much all of our internet service providers are run through, a lot of these big corporations, and then, who's actually at the hub of all that. At the same time, we do seem to be able to use those because it is fairly open source to where you can use that ISP and you can do a lot of different connecting to the internet, as it were, to even beyond where, that allows you to go. So anyways, yeah, but just all of those factors and how they,
Do you know where the majority of the world's data runs through before it gets to you? You know where's the hub of all the data on the internet?
underneath the Denver airport.
No, it's Israel.
Wouldn't it all go through? I mean, wouldn't it be Akamai? In terms of like cloud distribution?
No, it's Israel. You can listen to Netanyahu take credit for it.
Akamai is an Israeli company.
Oh, my bad. I didn't know that.
Akamai was started by Daniel Lewin, who was the first death in 9/11, first reported death in 9/11.
I mean, they even wanted to the military contract, the military cloud-based contract. All of that all U.S.'s military data would go through Israel before it got to the actual troops in the field.
I mean, ultimately, it's going to boil down to the reason I said the localized thing is because you need leverage in any sort of situation like this, kind of a negotiation, so to speak. You need leverage, and there's no leverage if you are just an atomized unit in a big global system. You have zero leverage. Even if a bunch of people, random strangers, even if they're supposedly from the same country, come together, there's just not enough glue that's holding them together so that they can basically live out a life off the mainstream system that they would be willing to contend with. Everyone says, yeah, I'll just go live in a bunker. So it's going to be a bunch of supposedly 7 billion people just living in bunkers, or 300 million. That you just like atomized survivalists. You don't have to have like small localized groups where people are willing to have, where you can produce a life which you're willing to live off the grid. Then you have leverage against the system. Otherwise, you have zero leverage, and they'll just literally just. I mean, all of this though, no one knows what's outside Antarctica. They have some massive fucking giant Nephilim fucking army force that could wipe us out violently if we all did that. Well, then all bets are off. But I'm saying, provided they wouldn't actually go off on a complete violent assault, if there was enough leverage in the hands of all this multiplicity of groups across the world, then then their system would crumble.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize where the real power from the central banks come from. A lot of people think, oh, they get to print dollars, that's why they have the power. No, their real power comes from their ability to maintain their monopoly on the creation of money itself. They get to tell everybody else in the world that they cannot make their own money. We make the money, and you guys have to bank with us with our money. That's where the real power lies, is the monopoly on the creation of money.
Yeah, that's why everyone who's denied the central bank has had power at their freaking shoreline, like instantly.
Yeah, 100%. And you can't get off their money because, again, everyone is atomized, completely atomized, and the standard of living that everyone wants relies completely on this massive global supply chain grid money system to exist. Almost every single person, minus a few. All respect to them.
Well, have you heard the head of the World Bank talk? Like, he gave a formal speech, I want to say last week. I can't pronounce his name. He's some Indian guy, but basically they were really talking about crypto and implementing it. So I don't know. Like, I think it's all happening, and I think this is why we're seeing all the chaos. Like I said, because if this happens, and we have some format of decentralized currency, You know, their power is gone. They're powerless, like worldwide powerless, not just like the U.S. So it's a big deal.
I don't know.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter, bro. They control the places that will or won't accept it. Like Walmart, if Walmart says, "Yeah, you guys got your currency, go ahead," and then they don't accept it, like it needs to be accepted. You know what I
No, but
mean?
that's what's going
To
to
be
happen.
worthwhile.
That's what could happen is that there could be a split. So there'll be like the big, and that's maybe even the agenda why they're trying to get Walmarts, established in every major city and et cetera, so that they have a home central, and then the way those are connected to FEMA
Nah,
as well.
I don't even think that's a
But,
valid point. All the major department stores are on the brink of fucking collapsing. Like brick and mortar's just fucking been devastated, including Walmart. And a lot of them have already filed for bankruptcy
Bro,
and shut
Walmart is
down.
doing fine.
Well,
Walmart's doing fine. You see their stock?
regardless, you can't base it off the stock. That's all fucking. That's all being finessed, bro.
well,
But
there a lot more is online now. Of course, that's where they did a huge move. But even those closed down WalMarts are still owned by someone, and they still can be utilized possibly in the future. I mean, I think they are part of like the martial law system at least in the United States. I think the Walmart grid, as it were, and how that's interconnected, kind of with FEMA and a lot of the same corporations. But that's kind of a deeper idea on it because on the surface, but all I'm saying is that like in terms of the currency thing, I've thought about the possibility where let's say they're going to come out with a central bank digital currency, a CBDC. They're going to come out with that. That's going to be the new fiat dollar basically. It'll be digital. It'll be probably through their whole system. It'll all be streamlined with your phone and your computers and everything, and then perhaps they'll even link like there's many ideas. Like they could link the medical thing into it. Of course, as we know, they could link other like social control systems or like scoring or like uh, permissions, that you could get or whatever
Do you
through
want to
that
hear about
network. Like,
Australia's
you
version
would
of
have
it?
to have like a permission to do this, or like they could just shut off your driver's license remotely. Who knows?
yeah,
There's
it's a
many other
social
ideas.
credit
But,
system.
but with that whole system, but what if that money works where it works? But what if there's other networks, other cryptocurrency networks essentially, and other blockchains that people could use? But the question is, could like certain places like grocery stores, let's say, could they accept both? You know what I mean? So they would accept the other one as well as the central bank digital currency, or
Well,
they would
the
accept other ones in addition to the CBDC,
for,
or is it going to be totally separate? Or yeah, what do you think?
so from a merchant's perspective, I would say that you would want to be as versatile as possible as to what you're willing to accept. That way, you're not denying any sort of like demographic within your customer bases. So, like, they're going to want to cater to everything and all. And this is like why we're already seeing the adoption of crypto, even though people aren't really using that. Like, we're seeing like Citibank accepting mortgages. We're seeing like you can go and buy a Ferrari in Bitcoin. I mean, at one point they were trying to implement it at supermarkets, I think, in some other country, but that fell due to the fact that Bitcoin's very clunky and isn't very efficient as far as transacting.
It's linked with the dollar.
Is it tethered with the dollar?
Well, yeah, it needs to be de-dollarized in order for it to be
Yeah.
legitimate, I think.
Well, that's the whole point. That's the whole point of having a decentralized currency. But then Gio brought up the point of all these all
it's
these.
inextricably linked to the dollar. Like if you just go onto a Bitcoin chart, type in USD, DXY, which is the dollar index. So DXY and Bitcoin, and you'll see it's a completely inverse correlation. When the dollar value falls, so it's worth less, then Bitcoin is worth more of those worthless dollars. Whereas when the dollar becomes worth more, then suddenly Bitcoin is lower value because you've got to put more value in it of the same.
It's also coupled with tether. Like if you were to do the same graph and you were to overlay them, yeah. So there's a lot of
when
shady
that comes
shit
home
going
to
on
roost,
with
that's a
Bitcoin.
huge scam. There's billions of dollars in that. So many people are going to be left holding bags. It's sad.
But what were you saying, Dyslow? What were you saying before? It was you were saying something that I had mentioned as well. What was that topic on?
Oh, you were talking about how all the countries want to come up with their own centralized crypto, which they're already doing.
Yeah.
And whether or not that's going to be, the one that's going to be accepted for an everyday transaction or not, I don't think so. I don't see that being the case. And even if it was, it would still have to be attached to a certain blockchain in order to function. So, you know, they were late to the game. Like even the banks, they were late to the game in developing this technology. And this is why they've got to capitulate to it, and they've got no choice. So,
well, I was going to say too, like if they did a financial reset, yeah, exactly. In terms of the capitulation, like you just said, or could even be seen as a reckoning, because the thing is, like for example, like the thing that happened in 2020 for those few years, that they took a move on that. You know, it was a hard move. They did it, and it is what it was. I'm not trying to take topic there. I'm just saying it's like that. It's just that whole thing. They rolled out a whole thing. Well, if they roll out, let's say, some sort of financial transfer or financial reset event, whether that means that they're going to start pulling the rug out of under certain stocks, or they're going to start a tumbling process in that way, or it could be another way altogether. But some way in which there would be a transfer to some new digital currency, and there would be all the reasons to get rid of cash, of course, that they would then be pushing. And at this point, pretty much everything is digital, so I don't even know if people are going to put up much resistance. In fact, if they get benefit from it, or if they get some benefit from it, it seems like probably everyone would just be fine with it. It almost seems like at this point. Anyways, but if they do that, maybe that's connected to like maybe the allure that it'll give people more money, like kind of like during the 2020 event and all that, where they gave people $1,000 checks or whatever. Maybe there could be something like that involved, or something like, hey, if when you trade in your fiat money, at your bank for the new digital one that all your banks are going to be doing now or whatever, maybe you get like a 2% gain on your savings or something, whatever they would give, some benefit. Maybe that sounds low, high, whatever it is, some amount that they would like give people, or even like, 2% on your dollar or something. So if you had like 200,000 in savings, maybe you'll get, 210, or you'll get, what I mean? Something like that, some like incentive to people. There's a lot of ways if they did a transfer like that. So it could look like new wealth for some people, or people that already have wealth will get wealthier, but then it would end up being potentially like a financial reset event. And then you have all the other blockchains and the cryptocurrencies, and what's going to happen with all of those, and whether those are going to either just be like made illegal, they're going to only do with the digital one, or whether those are still going to be thriving and happening. They won't be able to shut the internet down. They can't control those other blockchains. And if there's an actual break to where not everyone, kind of like not everyone, got the jab or whatever, like maybe not everyone will go on their system, or maybe even more people will not want to go on their system. And then now they actually don't have all of the same kind of control that they have now with the fiat dollar. Like they might even have more control now than they will have if they pull off an event like this and it doesn't go the way they quite want it to go.
Either way, they're fucked, dude. No matter which way you roll the dice, their system is being challenged, and people are ready to adopt a new asset class. Because we haven't seen one since like the 1600s, and this is banking on steroids, man. It's like I compared it to sourcing information via the library versus the internet. Like it's night and day. It's night and day difference as far as like efficiency and lack of error. So, and security. So, I mean, if you look at 1 year of, credit card fraud and, theft digitally that way, it exceeds like all the bank heists in world history. And, so
before 2020, the actual paper dollar bills in circulation represented 2% of all the dollars in the world. So after they printed to the moon, I bet you the paper money actually only represents 1% of the dollar bills in existence now.
Yeah, it's actually like 10% of what it was originally, but I mean, yeah, it could be less. I would probably say less, because they've just printed like I don't even know how many billions of dollars.
Yeah, they doubled the money supply in 3 years. So yeah, it's 1%. Paper dollars represent 1%.
Yeah, so it is pretty much already all digital. Yep.
Exactly. That's my point.
Almost, yeah. Cash is that what it is now? 1% of the entire world's money circulation is in cash, or?
Well, I'm just doing the math. Like I said, it was 2% before the 2020 bullshit. before they started printing dollars. So I'm just doing a little quick math. You know, the last 4 or 5 presidents in a row have doubled the money supply every time they've been in office. They get that's their job to double the money supply to keep the charade going.
Yeah, you look at the M2 money supply graph. That's, can you see that?
Well, the first I found a Quora page. It says 8.3% is what they're saying is how much of the world's money is printed in cash, either bills or coins. But this is just Quora, so I don't know. It's just a one number.
Here's a fun fact for you. Russia has more U.S. $100 bills than the United States. So,
Yeah, I probably believe that.
Really?
Yeah.
yep.
That you've checked that and verified that, I'm sure.
No, I just say I
Bro.
believe it.
It has been confirmed. Every
I don't
dollar
know.
counted. Daizo's over there counting all this, like getting to his last one. He's like, all right, I got it.
I got to check the peer review on that still.
Do a fact check on it, maybe a quick Snopes search.
Well, the other crazy part is that we're talking about actual, like, the M2 money supply, but that's not even getting into the derivatives market. When you get into Wall Street, and we're just infinitely expanding on the money supply even again.
Yeah. It is all crazy how it all kind of runs through the stock market in this current system. But yeah, I mean, Daiso, do you think we'll see a day? Do you think you'll see a day that we're using an actual, like an independent blockchain or cryptocurrency to actually, as our daily driver of expenditures?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're still going to use dollars, even though crypto's in existence and being used worldwide for like small, just regular transactions and whatnot. But I think for the most part, like, it's going to start off with, the cross-border remittance and, Fed fund wires and shit like that. And then eventually it's going to trickle down into, the lower banking sectors, and you're going to be going in and, dealing with crypto instead of fiat at some point. Yeah.
I've been putting off looking into the BlackRock Bitcoin ETF approval. This gives me a good excuse, but I have a feeling that that's going to be a very big deal.
Well, I think it's actually going to hurt the price of Bitcoin.
I think they're just going to buy it up. I think they're just going to buy it up for themselves. I think the BlackRock's job is to just buy up all the Bitcoin, not sell any of it.
Well, I think we're going to see a lot of money coming into crypto, like by the trillions, and if not hundreds of trillions, in like a really quick period. And it's going to be like a jolt.
Well, looking at the charts, I could make the argument that this next bull run has started by my charts on a monthly.
No, I don't think
so. I haven't been looking like that, but yeah.
I mean, Bitcoin's back up to 37, 38. Well, right now it's back down to 36. But yeah, I mean, Bitcoin has been staying up above 35 here for a bit. And if it breaks up into 40, well, whatever people's views are on Bitcoin is what it is. But it definitely has seemed like, at least let's just say going off pattern in the past, the more Bitcoin runs, it does seem like all other crypto thrives, because there is a way that it's like the interconnection point between the fiat dollar and I think there's a way too that, for better or for worse, however people view it, it's like when Bitcoin goes up, it's almost like they have more money to invest in other cryptos. It's almost like maybe there's some psychological thing where it's like, oh, I've got an extra this, I've got an extra that because Bitcoin went up a lot, or Ethereum, or their other cryptos went up. So when their other cryptos go up, they're like, oh, okay, maybe now I'm going to buy some other stuff. So it can start kind of like a feeding frenzy in that way, which is why some of those bull runs in the past where, you have a lot of movement in a lot of different assets. As Bitcoin goes up, it's like all the other ones just get fueled along with it, and it all just seems to perform. Now, it doesn't mean it'll do that in the future, of course. Like, that could change, but going off the past. So it does seem like now that Bitcoin did this big move back down, that if it can get up above 40 and stay up above 40, that there's probably going to be, and then even if it goes up and more beyond that, I mean, the next run, I mean, the last one got to 70. So, I mean, this one should get to 100, 150, upwards of 200. And then many people have thought it's actually going to max out at some point, and then there's going to be some kind of transfer in the future.
Well, the more coins that BlackRock acquires, they will be able to manipulate the price even more. So,
well, you know what's crazy about that, though? What I think about, because I think about this. Whoever the fiat money, people printing that, they could essentially buy as much Bitcoin as they possibly want because they're printing the money. So they could basically buy infinite amount. But the thing is that not like all of the real people, as it were, are not selling their Bitcoin. So that's the thing. It's like everyone who's actually holding on to it, like even if you just have a little or a lot, whatever it may be, anyone who's actually holding on to it has enough of a piece, because the thing is that's what essentially makes the price go up with it, is the scarcity. So it's like, if that's the thing, is that even if they buy up as much as they want, that may actually not even help them. That may even be the reason that Bitcoin already has launched up way higher than they probably ever wanted it to, was even because of that. Is even one idea, is that balance and that process where they actually can't control it, because there's real people that actually have Bitcoin that aren't willing to sell their Bitcoin. Therefore, the scarcity of it, that they buy up a lot, it actually makes it more scarce, and it makes the Bitcoin that people do have actually worth more, and makes the price go up to 40, 50, 60,000 or even further.
well, you know that's what BlackRock was approved to buy assets in the market on behalf of the Federal Reserve itself, right? You know that was totally
they're all
transparent. Yeah, it was in the news.
This next bull market's not going to be a Bitcoin run. It's going to be a utility bull run coming from the altcoins. So you got to remember, dude, there's only been one crypto that's ever got a stamp of approval from any, court judgment, and that's Ripple. So Ethereum, Bitcoin, they've kind of all just been given the grandfathered green light to operate, regardless of any legal perception of it. So I'm saying, like, I think Bitcoin could go up to $100,000-$200,000 potentially, but I don't think it's a great investment.
Well, it's kind of it's like a lot of people view it as like a wealth storage layer. It's like a layer of wealth storage that seems to have its place. It seems that has maintained. But I hear what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, long-term investment, I don't think so. I don't think it's
not when you look at how it's pegged so closely with Tether, and I mean, like, and how corrupt Tether's been proven to be. Like, there's going to come a day where all this is exposed, and you're going to see Bitcoin's price surge super low, dude. And people are going to like lose trust in it completely. And
well, even as dangerous as it is, I would argue there is no better asset class to create generational wealth quicker. So
definitely,
it'd take you a long time to build a real estate empire, right? I mean, that's most of the millionaires in the world created it through real estate, but like I said, as dangerous as it is, it's almost like a necessary evil if you're trying to shoot your shot,
Yeah, like I think when this all happens, like the way I see it, like when a lot of these other blockchains and cryptos are going to be starting to really take hold in terms of their roles that they're going to play, and then whatever else is going to be happening in the world, I could foresee, like, trying to kind of put this into a stat. It's sort of like, I'll just throw a number. Let's just say, it's like maybe like 20% or so of maybe like a couple generations, however you would parse that out, are going, like, basically the ones that have certain cryptocurrencies already, or they've been holding on to them, because a lot of these are going to multiply by the hundreds or even thousands of percent. And so there's going to be a lot of people that are going to become wealthy. Kind of like you were saying, like the kind of money that someone has after they build a real estate empire, let's say, that kind of money, they're like near retirement, they've got what they have. Well, that level of wealth or something like that, an example like that, could come to a lot of people in these younger generations as well, very quickly. Now, it's not going to happen to all of them because maybe they're not all going to be invested in the same things, or they're not all going to ride the wave, but there'll be like a certain percentage that does. And then that's a whole new, like you were saying, that generational wealth shift. Because like, is that going to come? Yeah.
You only have 3% of the world's populace invested into crypto. And currently, right now, we have about 56 million millionaires in the world. So, and out of those 56 million millionaires, who's to say how many of them are invested? But point is you can take those two numbers and quickly see, who the 1% is going to be in this new shift. And
your mic is kind of going out a little.
Okay. Is that any better?
Yeah, way better. Yeah.
Yeah, I think crypto is going to be a generational wealth making thing, and it's not going to be like a continuous thing like the stock market. Not that you can't play it like the stock market. I'm just saying that when this wealth transfer happens, it's going to be a once in a lifetime opportunity that's only going to happen one time the way it's going to happen. We haven't seen it yet, but when it happens, it's like I said, it's going to be unprecedented in human history, the biggest wealth transfer in human history.
What happens if what you think is going to happen doesn't happen? In other words, what happens if the New York, like they did now, the New York Federal Reserve came up with what's going to be the dollar, the digital dollar? What happens to your crypto then?
So crypto is not just the United States; it's a worldwide thing, and most of the world, if not all of it's already on board. It's only the United States, and being that the fiat petrodollar is like the world's reserve currency at the moment. Like all of that, like if we don't allow the adoption to take place and innovation to reside here within the States, then we're going to be obsolete in the near future as a world superpower, and potentially the BRICS could take over.
No, it'll be Israel, Russia, and China. The new
Well, there
Silk
is going to
Road.
be another dollar. They're working on it now. There will be another dollar for the BRICS. I mean, that's inevitable. It's either going to be the Petro Yuan or something.
Well, there's going to be both. There's going to be a new U.S. dollar, and there's going to be a new world reserve currency.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So what happens to your crypto? Nothing changes, but you're still going to have to change it to that currency, right? Which will probably entail a fee. So they can maybe control it that way. I don't know. I'm just thinking.
We're going to have to go underground, Odysee. We're going to have to get our miners, and we're going to have to go mining, and we're going to have to take it underground, take it to the streets.
Yeah, get your hard hats ready. Yeah.
Well, no, it's a big question, though. Yeah, how that's all going to play out. Because a lot of these blockchain companies are building a lot of different technologies that, for better or for worse, and who's actually behind a lot of them. I certainly think that there's a huge amount of co-opting already happening, but they're building all of these like automated systems and streamlined interactive, app stores and all kinds of different, and then also things like smart contracts where like there's already the structures now it could be the case that they could already do where to have this actually realistically implemented where your driver's license digital, the loan on your car all digital, the title for your house digital, the title for your car all digital. And there's obviously reasons why they would want to not have that be in the paperwork as well. There's all the money savings or whatever of not having that in the paperwork. But I'm saying like with like smart contracts and with the way these blockchain technologies can function, it can actually be done quicker and faster than a server-based system, and be more efficient. And so that's like a whole possible some of the darker uses of it.
See, think about it. If you're them, right? They have control of the dollar now, the fiat, right? Now they see all this stuff happening, right? So I'm sure they have a plan. Now, what that plan is, who knows? But they're not gonna relinquish their power just like that. So
I think they will. I think they could.
You
Because
think
I
so?
think I think they can crumble from the inside slowly in their own way, you know, as part of
I
it.
would love to see that. Yeah.
Like the creator has created all of this, in my viewpoint, then it would also create a way in which like a force of this level of evil would actually like there would have to be some graces, like some divine graces of it kind of losing its own strength in addition to us gaining our strength with knowledge and truth and many, you know, health, all the other, you know, as humans. That's sort of like it's like shedding a parasite by getting healthy.
Built-in immune system for these evil. Yeah, I hope.
And how the immune system does its work, and how like an invader like that, even in biology, when that happens, like yeah, there's a time in which that parasite might be raining or like raining its power on the body in that case, where it might be causing like symptoms, or it might be using up your nutrition or weakening your body, and that is a whole thing. But like at either at a point or in whatever spiritual or psychological or physical ways it is, once that parasite is released and cleansed or purged, there is a process at which partly that parasite gets weaker, either from its own like in its own way, or because of like being slowed down in its efforts, at least to some degree. And then the immune system is able, in that analogy, it's like the immune system is able to go in and actually do its work and repair the body and cleanse out that part that was damaged or being negatively affected by the parasite. So it's sort of like that. So I think it can happen in that way, where it doesn't necessarily have to be some huge, big, bloody battle. I don't doubt they're going to be doing war stuff, though, unfortunately. So yeah, they still have controls over the militaries. But I'm just saying it doesn't, for this larger power structure to ultimately be sort of dissolved in a sense of its position, it doesn't necessarily have to be like a big bloody battle. Like there could be ways in which they actually can weaken from the inside, in addition to other factors happening on smaller scales that they get slowed down by.
Yeah, I disagree, Gio. If that were to happen, all of those controllers that are inside every single different level of control in the world, they're still going to be there. Like you're going to have to go in and extricate the rats in every system of control in the world.
Like they're all answering to someone, you're saying?
Yeah, it's like the pinch points. At the pinch points of all these major corporations, of all these major news channels, of all the magazines, of everyone in Hollywood, there's one dude in charge where all the information runs through him, and he's still going to be there unless they get removed, right? They've only been removed 109 times, so maybe 110 times is what's needed,
Oh, I wasn't catching on until you said that.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got to doff your cap to the persistence, though, right? I mean, these are persistent people. And by the way, I always when people start on about Bitcoin like it's going to be the savior, I just can't believe how naive people are. Like it's not.
That's what I say, bro. It's XRP, not Bitcoin. Like
how can
Bitcoin
these
maxes.
systems be not theirs? These people have been doing this for thousands of years. You don't think they know what they're doing? You think we're just going to make something on the internet and that's going to just cut them out?
I agree with you, Andy. I completely agree with you, but that doesn't mean that you still can't use it to your benefit, right? Like I put
Absolutely.
an easy trading plan is like, you hang on to Bitcoin when it's running, and then you turn it back into dollars or gold or silver when it's not running. It's, you don't have to have 100% of your money in Bitcoin at all times. I would suggest you don't, actually.
Yeah, well, look, while it might sound defeatist to some of the things I say, because some people I've noticed come along, well, what are we going to do about it then? I'm not going to do jack shit. I'm congratulating them. They've got this place as far as I'm concerned.
To think they're being cut out.
Very defeatist, but I don't care, because I see the finite nature of this place and they're welcome to it.
To think they're cut out of Bitcoin or that type of currency, that's naive. They're in full control of everything. You can bet your bottom dollar on that.
Well, so in terms of like Bitcoin's invention and all that, there's different ideas and theories. There's that Satoshi Nakamoto name that was applied to that as well. But there are different ideas on this, of course. Some people might try to say, oh, like the CIA just did all of it and they totally just created these blockchains and created Bitcoin. That is a perspective some may say. I don't think that's the case myself. I actually do think that Bitcoin was an authentic invention from an authentic person, meaning not anyone that was connected to a secret society or anything like that. Whoever that was or the group that did do that, they are who they are, but I don't think they actually are of that ilk, as it were. And I think it was an authentic thing. And because blockchain is like an actual technology, like it's basically an invention. Like it didn't used to exist and now it exists. Like it's like a new thing. Like blockchain is not these blockchains. It's not the same as like the way computers work or servers work. There's like an actual difference in the logic of how the information is collated and with the ledgers and the way the information is transparent through multiple nodes that are verifying it, which is what the mining is. So it's basically like an entire new technology. And then the reason they're called cryptocurrencies is because crypto comes from cryptography, and then cryptography is like basically a form of encryption that is used to create the blockchains. So with the cryptography encryption that is basically of a new level of encryption as it links to blockchain, and the actual blockchain tech of the actual logic of how these systems are built, it's basically an entirely new platform now that I think could be used for good or bad, because it's a new technology. And so ironically, if they want to do whatever larger like control, then this kind of, if they didn't invent it, then it fell into their hands where they're like, oh wow, we can co-opt this to the max right into our plans, because it even just took their whatever they're doing with servers and computer systems, it would just take it to another level. But I actually do think the original invention of blockchain was of a positive nature. I even think angelic, like of an actual angelic nature that has come in. I'm not saying only through Bitcoin, but through multiple different channels. But blockchain, just blockchain itself, the blockchain technologies, etc., have come into in an angelic way to actually assist in liberating us from this essentially kind of parasitic control matrix that they currently have with the money.
That was fucking long, bro.
Sorry. That was a lot. My bad.
But yeah, I mean, it's possible, you know.
Well, what do you think, Daiso? You think they created it? Because if they created it, then why would you ever want to be on board with it? So you would have to think that they didn't create it.
No, yeah, I don't think that. I mean, but again, I mean, this is just my own opinion and shit, speculation. I mean, I honestly think David Schwartz was one of the co-founders of the creation of the Bitcoin blockchain, but and I got evidence
Schwartz?
to support that. But yeah,
So he's one of them boys.
that's what I think. But
yeah,
I mean,
but
he was definitely
ultimately,
involved, but
if either way, right? Either way, if if the Federal Reserve is behind the creation of Bitcoin or not, when you have an infinite printing press, even if they didn't create it, they would be able to take controlling ownership over it eventually.
Well, yeah, so that's where the next part of that comes in, is the next possible step of what could have happened, which is even if Bitcoin or the original blockchain was like an authentic invention, once whoever the controllers, as it were, once they found out about it, all they would have to do is fork it and then make a separate chain that they would then call Bitcoin, and that's the one they would be dumping money into to make it have value. Like, oh, it's worth $10. Oh, it's worth $100. Oh, it's worth $1,000. Meaning the one that they already forked and then created a separate chain. So it's like in that idea, like basically the Bitcoin we know of today is actually like an imposter Bitcoin. Like it isn't actually the original Bitcoin, but it's actually already the co-opted one.
Yes, that is correct. I've seen evidence,
which makes a lot of sense considering its role that it plays between fiat. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
The code that it's running on now is not the original code. Yes, you are correct.
Yeah.
So let me ask you guys: if you want to change, if you want to use any of the currencies, right, the cryptocurrencies, Do you have to change them into a dollar?
No, you could
Or can you?
send one to another if you wanted. Like there's there's a cryptocurrency called Celestia, for example. It's called Celestia. It's kind of a name that because it's almost like celestial. Anyway, Celestia. So if I had some Celestia coins on a wallet and then I wanted to send them to you, no, I could just send you Celestia coins directly. Yeah, you don't have to go through the fiat dollar to send on one particular blockchain. Either a token or a coin from one wallet to another.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I get that. But I mean, to go purchase some. Let's say I wanted to buy a car or a chocolate bar, right? Right now, can I buy it with cryptocurrency, or do I have to change it to a dollar or a franc or whatever country I'm in?
Well, there was a dealer
Well,
around me in the Northeast that was accepting Bitcoin to buy a car with a few years back.
So it's a rarity. So this is how they're going to control it. So if you can control the exchange mechanism, right? There could be as many currencies as there is, but if you can control the buying currency, you still have control, and you can tax whatever you want in those currencies when they switch it over. Maybe that's how they're going to control it.
Well, okay, so I mean, they are like basically Bitcoin, and then there's something called USDT, USD Tether. And through like USD Tether and Bitcoin, that's where most of the money like onloading and offloading is coming through. So yeah, that's a huge factor in terms of all the exchanges and all the different, exchanges out there that are doing all that exchanging. But then there's other ways of swapping them too, of course, because like I said, you can swap any like on a particular blockchain. See, that's what's unique about this. Like a blockchain doesn't exist anywhere, meaning there's no one physical location. It's almost like a hologram, actually. The structure of it logically is like holographic in the sense that the actual blockchain itself, it doesn't exist on my computer or your friend's computer. It actually is like a nodal network that's connected through all of those computers that have very complex calculations and formulas and mathematical calculations that the computers are doing in order to validate the ledger, which is the previous block on the chain. So it's basically like a live, almost like
accounting.
It's like a brain or something. It's like a live brain that's interconnected through multiple different nodes that kind of lives on its own in a sense. Like it's like it lives. It's almost like its own thing in a sense.
Yeah, its own dimension.
Yeah, and then all of the nodes on the network, etc. And so the thing is that like you could have a blockchain that no one else can control, for example. That's what's possible with it. So like that's what I'm saying. Like they don't have when I say they, like meaning the controllers or whatever, they don't have control over all of these blockchains because these things are but it does depend on who coded them and who made them. So there are people that made them that could have control, but some of these blockchains actually that even the person who made it can't control it. So they're all different though. There's all different types.
And the other little,
I get that, and I know some of them have pass and codes, and you have your own key. I get all that. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, when you go to purchase, all that is useless unless you can go to McDonald's and say, "Yep, Visa," right, or blockchain. See what I'm saying?
Well, they do have these easy onload and offload like debit cards now, where actually there's a bunch of different ones now where, yeah, you can actually send crypto to a wallet and then
Prepaid.
it will convert it for you and it'll throw it onto like a Visa card or like a MasterCard that you can swipe. So yeah, that is actually a thing.
It's not going to be any different than using like Apple Pay per se, where it's like you don't even have to physically touch anything. It's literally just a digital wireless transfer of funds. Like that's all possible.
Yeah, but the stores
already.
have to accept that, right? Like
Yeah,
you can't go.
Vendors have a system set up to where they can accept your crypto and then it automatically exchanges it in $1 for them so that they don't like have to worry about the price fluctuations.
But that's what I'm saying. That's where they can control it at that choke point, right?
Yeah. What they'll do is after the next crisis, and these businesses are asking for their new PPE loans, they in the contract will say you have to install crypto accessibility, or you won't get your loan from us.
Right, and you have to pay 20% crypto tax fee. There you go.
Probably.
So they make every single transaction they'll make. It won't be 20% to begin with, right? They'll probably start with 2-3%. You know how it works. Then 5. Then before you know it, it's 10, 15, like credit cards. How many people are paying like 20% interest, 29? It's like thievery, right? They're gonna do the same thing with that.
I forget where I saw.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say just real quick on charging of interest. I forget what it is, but if you were say I was the Federal Reserve and I only charged 1% interest, meaning that the last dollar that it takes to pay off the loan it is never created in the first place. There's a mathematical certain amount of time where I own every single asset in the world by only charging 1% interest. I just forget how long it takes for you to own everything in the world.
Yeah. Jeez.
Yeah, it's like Monopoly. You own every single building, right? You collect from every single building. It's ingenious.
Yeah, that's what we're headed towards, unless we create a diversion in the path here and make a new path forward. Because yeah, it seems like that's where they want to take it, probably, where they own everything, and we're just, everything's on loan from some central agency or whatever.
Pretty much where we're at, almost.
I just wanted to say something else real quick, Gio, when you were talking about possibly trying to create your own blockchain. The other little issue that a lot of people are not aware of is that all of the new modern computing, all of the chips in our computers have backdoors in them. All the chips they're all created in two places. They're all created in either Taiwan or Israel. And I know for sure the ones in Israel have backdoors on them. There's articles written by the companies themselves discussing it. I just haven't seen anything on Taiwan, but I would venture a guess that the ones in Taiwan are backdoor accessible as well. So that's how these viruses and you get spied on, and everybody.
Yeah, they call it Windows.
Real quick,
they're spying right on you through the window.
Exactly. They all have backdoors.
Is that why China wants to take over Taiwan? Is to potentially take that over too, or?
That's the biggest commodity. That company is worth $455 billion. That one company makes like 80% of the world's chips or some crazy number like that.
Yeah, I learned about that from a guy named Brendan O'Connell. He gets into dem boys a lot, so he's just hard to listen to, so I never do.
Yeah, you could be sure no one's going to be bombing Taiwan. That's for sure. Because they don't want to risk. That's like that's like a gold laying hen right there.
Their biggest ally, i.e., investor. That's what allies are.
Bro. Oh, you said they were our ally.
Who's their biggest ally? And I said, i.e., investors. The same difference. It's no difference now.
Right. I don't know. Probably the United States.
On the deep south, right? So, ally.
No, I'm like, is this guy hot micing?
Well, yeah, I mean, the way the money system is currently set up through the fiat dollar system, essentially, is that all of these currencies, they're all like traded through the forex markets, the foreign exchange markets, and then they're all connected through all the different stock markets around the world. Basically, makes up, I mean, all the markets in the world is basically three major markets. Like there's the stock market, of course, the United States stock market is like the biggest, and then you have all the other stock markets, like the Hong Kong stock market, the UK stock market, all of those. And then you have the forex markets, which is like the metals like gold and silver, but then you've also got all the other currencies as well, like the Japanese yen and all of those. And then there's the cryptocurrency markets, which is not as big as the other two, obviously, but it is a major, at this point, major market all of the entire cryptocurrencies are considered like one of the major three at this point, with stocks, forex, and then the cryptocurrencies. So yeah, but it's all run through the fiat dollar, and that's the thing. So, and through the world banks. So that's what would have to change for anything else to change. Even if we all started using another currency that they can't control. But yeah, that would have to be, there would have to be a lot of people that would want to actually do that, like come together and actually unify to even do that, to push that forward.
Yeah, they have it down taped, right? It's all about purchasing. No matter what currency you have, no matter how safe it is, it doesn't matter. If you can't go to a store and buy something with it, it's useless. So they have what the ability to, what do they call it, legal tender. They say what currency is legal tender in their country.
Yeah, so one thing that could happen is that if they launch a central bank digital currency, as it were, and they make some new system where currently, whether whatever banks people bank with, if it's all now run through that, then okay, the one side of that outcome is that now they just have total control. Like that's it. It's just all digital. It's all completely run through their, that's one thing. But, and I guess at that point, I guess you could say it's almost like a game over scenario. Like, what can we do? Like, that's just kind of like that's a bummer if they were able to do that. Obviously, it would just be like, okay, so that's like worst case outcome. But the thing is, let's say they do that, but because there is a natural sprouting of humans that actually want to do the right thing and actually know that there is a deception going on larger levels. However much of that they know, they just know it's that they don't want to do it. Like people that just didn't get the jab, like they're just like, no, I'm not doing that. So there's just always going to be people that are like, no. And perhaps that number is more and more now, actually, of people that are actually not consenting basically to all this. So if that was the case, all that would then take, even if they have a central bank digital currency, that if there are these other cryptocurrency networks and these other blockchains that have already been being established for all these years, even though a lot of people don't even know about them, but they've been being established as projects, they've been building new technologies, they've been, and then of course, of all of these cryptocurrencies, some of them will probably do a lot better than others in terms of their value. So the ones that actually raise in value and the ones that really rise to the top in that sense could then become actual real alternatives to the actual central bank digital currency. And at that point, it would have to come down to whether businesses would accept both or how that would play out. Like whether enough people would, like grassroots in enough of a way to be like, no, we're also going to accept this one as well, or they would just select one or the other. And then that kind of leads also to the idea, like if they're going to be pushing it more towards smart cities, like these 15-minute cities where they're going to try to focus that kind of thing. And hopefully the rest of we can be free if you're not going to, don't want to be in one of those things. There's that idea too. But if we have an alternative, then that would be the first time in our modern day history that we actually would have a very real alternative of something to use that's not the government money, which would be pretty amazing. Just to even see that in our lifetimes alone would be incredible. Because I mean, we would never have seen that before, virtually. And to be able to actually use like another currency that's not controlled by the government, that's like actually free source.
If you want to look at like what history has shown us, we can take a page out of history and learn what actually happened. Like if you look at the greenback, for instance, before they were buying and selling with gold coins, and then it went to the greenbacks because during the Civil War, they needed money to fund the war, and so they printed these greenbacks, to make money for the war. But that's kind of when they started using paper money. So if you look at crypto, they're going to use crypto, right?
they're just not gonna exchange it for, like, say, okay, I have this many coins, and then I think it's gonna be somehow converted to your existing money you have, and not what the coin value, or I, I think they're just gonna use the technology, but not use the coin, because that coin, like say the XRP coin, that's controlled by that company, right? It's not like it's somehow
Not necessarily.
controlled by the government. You
Well,
see what
like,
I'm saying?
well, the thing about like a true decentralized network when it comes to a blockchain is that it's actually not controlled by anyone. Like, there's even a way to design a blockchain and then let it loose, and then no one can even modify it. Like, you can't even tweak it. There's nothing to log into. There's no password that you can even go in and change it. So there are some that run like that as well. Um, but anyways, but yeah, though they can be set up where they actually are decentralized, where there is no actual centralized control source, and essentially having, like, in the case of like a simple type blockchain that has like what could be called a cryptocurrency, essentially that cryptocurrency is like a unit of digital real estate on that blockchain. It's essentially how it can, in a way, it could almost be viewed just in a simplified form like that. That's like you have like, it's like you're owning almost like a piece of code that's a part of that chain that then has value. So from that sense, like, depending on how the blockchain's set up, it can be in a way that actually no one else can control, because that blockchain exists on its own, like as its own kind of, like I was saying before, like it's like its own independent entity in a sense, because it's not centralized in any one computer or one location. It exists through the connection of all of the different series of chains that are on the blockchain that are creating that particular ledger.
I'm wondering if there's a way where they can get this technology, right, the blockchain, but somehow input whatever current money you have, like let's just say the exchange, right? Um, so the coin isn't going to be like, let's just say the coin isn't going to be able to be redeemed, but you can convert. It's just an exchange, man. So you're going to just be able to exchange your dollars, but the actual XRP coin itself is not going to have any value. It's just the technology. There's no way they're going to allow, people to own some coin and then convert it and then, like, a transfer of wealth. There's no way they're going to do that, dude. It's just not going to happen.
It's already happening. It's already happened.
Okay, so why aren't we using it then? What are we waiting for? If it's already happened, if the technology's there, and everybody can just go and convert their XRP to dollars, and I have some, this stock or whatever, this or this coin. How come nobody's using it?
Because they can't buy stuff with it readily.
I don't know, when you
That's the
say
point of
nobody's using
purchase.
it, that's false. Actually, like, well, actually, essentially, like, Visa and MasterCard transaction, like trillions of transactions using blockchain. Currently, right now, they're using it. So it's already being used because it's way faster than their old systems. So they're already using it because it has a way faster transaction time. So your very transactions are likely even being utilized, even through the fiat system, they're already adapting blockchains because the transaction time is so much faster, which is the whole, as well, there's the whole component of it replacing the SWIFT system. But the credit card companies are already using the technology because it already is saving them money.
So they made a deal
So
already.
maybe like you guys, yeah. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, it's already happening. Yeah, because the blockchain is able to process. So if you have like a server, and you have it processing transactions as fast as you possibly can, the thing is, like, even just like a basic blockchain system can do that, like, in some cases hundreds or even thousands of times faster. So Visa and MasterCard and these big companies, they've already found that they can already cut costs by using the technology to actually to make the transactions even to save them money and do faster transaction times. And then there's the whole thing where it could even threaten the entire SWIFT system, because the SWIFT system is what all like bank wires basically throughout the world run through, and other banking systems that are all running through the SWIFT system, all the big banks and the world banks. So, and if that happens, that'll be a huge tipping point as well in terms of transactions and how that all will play out in the future.
There's
So
no
it's
way
just
that
probably
the
a
Fed.
transitional period then, right? The transition of these old systems to these new ones. That's kind of why I brought up the greenback, because before we were using coins, then we were using paper, then we got credit cards, and so this is just another one, but it didn't mean that okay, the technology to use a credit card was there, but it was still tied into the money. So it didn't mean because you own, a Visa coin or a MasterCard coin that you somehow increased, your money. I think it's going to be the same way. Like you're not going to be able to say, okay, I own 1,000 XRP. Now I can convert it, and I bought it at this much, so now I can convert it to dollars, and now I'm going to have $1 million. I don't think it's going to work like that. There's just no way. Like that didn't happen with MasterCard or Visa. That didn't happen with, greenbacks either. You see what I'm saying?
No, what was the main premise of it for what? That they're not going to, sorry, I kind of missed it. Unless someone else wants to respond who caught it.
Okay, well, isn't it that the XRP value has a coin, right? And this coin is valued and it's exchanged in dollars, right? And so if you have these coins, then you could potentially exchange them for dollars.
Ripple is yes, it is definitely a cryptocurrency that is traded on many different markets. Yes. Ripple? Yeah, it's one of the higher volume ones as well. Yeah, that's always been known as like the big banker's coin in a sense, although there's more to the story between like Ripple, and there's actually more to all of it. And what they are now, like there actually could be some positive sides to that whole project as well. But it's always been like deeply connected in certain ways to the bankers. That's why it's been referred to as like the banker's coin. And it does have these very fast transaction times and whatnot. I think it's probably one that's in their network. See, if I was to categorize them, like it's just like, yeah, there's some that are like in whatever that network. I'll just be funny and say Illuminati, like that Illuminati network. Like which cryptos are actually Illuminati cryptos and which ones are actually legit. That's a big quest to decipher that, because there's a ton of them out there, and I definitely think a lot of them are run by, we all know who. So they've definitely co-opted the hell out of it, and even a lot of the big ones they've co-opted, of course. Ethereum being the biggest right off the bat, and is I think definitely run by them, and then all these other coins run off the Ethereum network. So now they have thousands of other coins running off their Ethereum network that they now control. Ethereum was like the original co-opt.
Like Geo, for instance, let's analyze how the credit card market worked, right? It wasn't owned by the United States, so there is, there is a precedent of, a corporation or whatever, an outside entity still being able to control money. So maybe perhaps, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe it is possible for the XRP to be converted, but I'm just having difficulty believing that you can take this one coin and then, because of the value or because of the technology, convert it to more dollars.
Well, dude, the thing is, okay, so like if you own a certain coin, like a cryptocurrency coin, let's say, you keep saying XRP. So yeah, let's say XRP for the moment. You have that, essentially it's like a digital signature. It's also going to be seen as a code, but you have the key the secret key essentially for that actual amount of that actual coin XRP on that blockchain. So that exists in a sense independently, even from its value. That's just a thing. Like if you have 10 of them, you have 10 of them. If you have 20, you have 20. If you have 1,000, you have 1,000. And if you have it stored, and then it gets into how you store it on the wallets, and there's all these different ways and so on. But if you have a very, very secure way of storing it, you can even store it in your memory as well, actually. Then you have that. Now the value of that, when it comes to a US dollar, that just comes down to the fact that others are willing to sell it for that US dollar. So then there's exchanges and markets, or there's even people that just trade back and forth or whatever as well. Like they just do it outside of an exchange. And there's all kinds of other swaps and stuff as well. So the fact that it's worth anything is just the fact that exchanges are willing to basically put a dollar up against an XRP or whatever and let people buy and sell it at that, which of course is essential for the health of XRP in today's world, because, or any coin for that matter, because the more fiat dollars that are attributed towards that coin essentially is what makes it raise in value. So whether it's worth $1 or $10 or $100 or whatever, is part of that whole that component of it. Its actual value and what other people value it at, and then that is linked to the technology, usually the company, what they're doing. It's usually linked somehow, or to the other investors that are behind it.
So check this out, Gio. So in the future, the United States is going to want to use that technology, right? And I think the way you can get rich off XRP is when the US government says, okay, we want this as our technology. We want to own it. So we'll buy it from you. And then from there, it switches hands to the US government. Just, slap a different sign on the front of your building and call it, US government XRP instead of, XRP Ripple or whatever. That's how you can, make money off XRP. But taking some coins and in the future, because now we use this technology and now I have these coins. I don't think it's going to work like that, man.
This is not financial advice, by the way. Just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, good white, not advice. Good lights, not advice. Hour. Well, the value of any cryptocurrency will, I suppose, depend on multiple factors. But I mean, as long as it's trading at those prices, then that's what the price is. Obviously, it's maintaining that, and people are willing to buy and sell it at that rate. So, I mean, conceivably, like, here's a very real possibility. Let's say somebody had $10,000 and just that 10 grand, and they're willing to put it in. They're willing to just totally, essentially, they'd be willing to lose it if they lost it, just to go that extreme. But I mean, they wouldn't lose it because that's wouldn't happen anyways, unless the whole system shut down or something crazy. But if they were to take that $10,000 and invest it in like a really good selection of some of the best cryptocurrencies, how much money, like dice low, like when this whole boom happens, how much do you think 10,000 of, like, let's just say moderately well placed, like you wouldn't have to be like a genius and pick all the right ones, but let's just say moderately, like a good selection. And I'm just talking, just using like 10 grand as an example. After this boom happens, what do you think that would turn into? Because if we're talking like 10 grand to 10 million, that's life changing. But yeah, what do you think what do you think the increase is going to be?
I think if you had a good spread across the top 10, top 15 altcoins with the best utility or practicality going into the future, I think that and I guess I mean divvied it up. I guess your 10,000. I don't know how you're gonna if it's equally distributed or what you're doing, but regardless, um, I think it could be well over 10 million. But the thing is like a matter of when, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think if you could position yourself in such a way to where like you weren't dependent on that immediately, um, and could hold out, past that initial jolt that I expressed, I think that it's only going to rise from there. I'm just saying once that jolt happens, it's going to be very difficult for people to obtain, analogous to like Bitcoin when it initially came out. It was pennies, and $5 at that time would have got you, well over $130 million off a $5 investment. But people
Well,
just weren't able to see, they just weren't able to see that. Go ahead.
do
Yeah,
the
so you'll
math.
think there'll be like a renaissance where that's happening, which with a bunch of other ones too. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, Gio, just do the math yourself. I just put a chart in there, and it's this the last Bitcoin bull run expressed as percentages. On the right hand side, you can see what percentage when it took off right there in October of October of 2020. It went from 400% and it topped out at 3,000%. Right?
Get
Yeah.
this. I think here's what they could do, right? I think they could implement the technology, wait for the transitional period, and do a conversion of a 1-to-1. Basically, because they do this with currencies all the time. They'll depeg them, they'll value them at whatever they want. And once the technology is rolled out, instead of saying, okay, well, you bought this coin when it was at 50 cents, now it's 100 because everybody wants to own it. Well, we're still going to use the technology, but we're not going to honor your $100 value. We're going to value it at a straight swap of $1 for $1 for a US dollar. I've seen them do crazy shit, man, in the markets, like negative oil prices because they couldn't store it and it was too expensive. They can do whatever they want. They're the government, man. They've done it time and time again. Now, do you guys think this is possible? A straight swap? Because if using the technology is inevitable, who's to say that they're going to honor that value that it is, wherever, whenever they make the transition, instead of just a straight swap 1-to-1?
Well, I've always considered that they might do like a 1.2 to 1 or something, 1.3 to 1, some kind of little extra boost to give people because that would even give people like a little feeling where they could
Incentive.
retire early a little bit. They would entice that generation with that.
Incentive.
Yeah,
Right.
little incentive. I
I mean,
mean,
we're
that would
already
be a
dealing
big
with that
move
right
for
now,
they to
though.
be a big move for them to try to get everyone on one centralized thing like that. So it's kind of like a demon creeping through the forest. It's sort of like I don't know. It's like they gotta like make sure they don't get caught or whatever because if they do that, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like when they did the lockdown thing. They're like, yeah, we're doing this. You guys all right with this? Yeah, we're gonna keep pumping you more and more news every day. So it's like, and then they found that it seemed to be going over because of the fear that they were able to get in people or whatever. But yeah, but doing this one, like having it on some whole new system, like a lot of people are going to be because that's their money, whatever. So, be interesting to see if there's going to be other like blockchains and other technologies that are either going to be competing or being an alternative. Because if not, then yeah, what does that mean? We're all just totally 1984 on their new system. That's no fun.
Well, to
It's
answer
gonna
your
be
question,
strange
good
because
white. To answer your question, that
what,
fear of
real quick.
exchange, yeah, that fear of exchange and honoring the exchange is already taking place within the current traditional system via the Nostra Vostra accounts. Like that secondary bank has got to have faith that primary bank is going to fulfill that transaction that they're dispersing the funds to their client overseas with. So with that being said, like that's already an issue, and requires faith within the system of banks, working together. But this is what crypto is going to resolve. It's going to resolve the whole Nostra Vostra system, being that XRP is going to be that base currency that is going to bridge all exchanges from, different currencies and potentially even different assets and stuff. Like, they're talking about, getting into the derivatives market and all these different markets and stuff. So it's all going to be based on one currency being the common denominator for exchange.
Okay, so you think they'll let all these
I
other
just
ones
looked
still?
up that
You
word,
think they'll?
nostro bostro. In Latin, it means ours to yours, which is pretty fascinating. I get
Yeah,
the
so
concept, but
every country has their own currency, right? So like if you're gonna be a US citizen traveling to Japan and you wanna take your US fiat from your bank in exchange for whatever currency they use there, well that secondary bank over there in Japan is got to trust that your primary bank in the US is going to fulfill that wire transfer. So
well,
meanwhile they're giving
yeah,
you the currency, in exchange. And when you look at how much liquidity is tied up worldwide, it's like $210 trillion, which I think exceeds the world's debt combined. So that's quite a bit of liquidity
right.
to get dumped,
So,
immediately into the economies.
so it's basically implementing, because all the central banks, I mean, Russia, Japan, like you mentioned, all these central banks are on a network already. It's just once they implement to this system, which how they're going to do it, I have no idea. But that's when that's when we're going to see the real change. It's like, okay, how do these different countries implement this system and convert it? And it could be that they just do like I said, just a 1-to-1 for whatever money you got. Because, and then for them to just relinquish the cash, there's so many like okay, we all know politicians are going to exploit any advantage they can, and they have plenty of advantage with cash because these payments
Well, a one to one is
whatever
what you call a stable coin,
transactions.
but
Hold on,
most cryptos are
these
not that.
transactions aren't. Hold on, bro. These transactions aren't monitored or overseen. So like when we all know that they make payments to or they do transactions over the black market, right? We know this happens. It's obvious. So how are they going to implement these black market transactions in the future if everything's transparent?
You're saying that's a bad thing, that you can't do black market trading once crypto takes hold?
So why would they go along with this then?
Who's they?
The US government, dude.
Well, because they have no choice. Like I said, dude, like all the other countries are on. The US is the only one because the US currently is the default reserve currency worldwide. So they don't want to lose power, but they have no choice because even if they decide to not use it, everyone else is just going to go around them and circumvent them. So they're fucked. We're fucked either way. So either we adopt it or we don't. And we have a better chance of adopting it, being that it's all founded in the States, for the most part, as far as Ripple goes.
All the illegal shit that these governments do, there's no more briefcases full of cash, bro. It's all in the books now. Like, yo, you want me to do something for you? All right, you're gonna hit me back with some legit shit on the books. Like, there's no more briefcases and envelopes full of cash like that. I don't think.
No,
Well,
I
I'm
can't.
sure there is at small scale,
That's not
but
gonna
yeah, at
happen,
the
dude.
higher level, yeah, you're probably right, Jeremy.
Or your cousin wins the
Yeah,
lottery
like you want me
mysteriously.
to do something. You want me to. Yeah, like you want me to vote for your thing. medical thing, pay him 400 G's a year. He's never got to come into the office. They make a sweetheart deal with him, and or like the thing with Obama. Obama gave a deal for all the books in the United States. He gave it to this publishing company, the deal. And what they give him when he retired, they gave him like 60 mil to write a book. It's all on up and up now, so to speak.
Well, then, hey, they just keep the cash. Then, man, that's what's gonna happen, man. They keep the cash. They still keep the printing the money and the U.S. mints and all this stuff. Is still so they can still do their black market transactions, and at the same time have the cryptocurrency where it's like commerce, like commercial commerce. It's how they have to do it, man. There's no way they're relinquishing one of the biggest markets in the world, which is the black market.
Bro, you can only do these politicians and shit. You can only do so much with black market cash. Like you can't in the bank. People are going to start asking questions. So you got to do.
You can't say
You got to get stock tips and have the people employer. What's up?
You can't say that all black market goods are part of the same market economy. That's ridiculous. Sorry, go on.
They say the black market is estimated to be worth around $2.5 trillion. Now that number's probably even wrong. It's probably triple that. How are they gonna value that, right? It's probably 10 times that if they think it's 2 trillion.
You know how much the derivatives market's estimated to be worth? I think it's like $4.5 quadrillion. So imagine if Ripple taps into that market.
Yeah, this black market's peanuts, but
doesn't matter what happens. They're gonna get a piece of everything. They're gonna get a piece
That's
of
what I'm saying.
everything.
If you take it out of the black market. Hold on, real quick, Essie. Look what they did with weed. They took weed from the black market to on the books, and now they're getting their cut. So they're trying to bring everything on the books, bro. They want to get their cut.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. At the end, they're still gonna get their cut, and there will be no black market, right? Because their goal is digital currency, right? So once they get rid of the dollar, what are you gonna trade in?
Well, that's the thing. So the thing is see, they don't really when I say they, like the bankers and whoever they are, as it were, they don't necessarily control all these blockchains, so they can't really necessarily fully control what you're actually exchanging. But yeah, I mean, of course, if they already have control over the fiat money and they transfer it to a digital, then they like if they're the only on and off ramp of the money that we need to actually get the things we need, like in life, as it were, then yeah, then they still control it. So yeah, it would have
That's
to
what
be.
I'm talking. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm talking, Gio. Yeah, that on and off ramp. Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, and then they also, I mean, dude, like let's just say they outlawed it. I mean, that's crazy, but what if they did, And you could, as inhumane as that would seem, I mean, they're already letting, I mean, look at what the people are already letting them do in certain countries. It's crazy.
What I think, just like the dollar now is legal tender, well, the New York Stock Exchange digital dollar, that's what's going to be legal tender. So anything you wanna buy, you're gonna have to use the New York Stock Exchange legal tender digital dollar. That's it. That's how they're gonna do it. Simple. And you're gonna have no choice because, like now, whenever you go to the store and you buy with your Visa or whatever, everything is there. Everything is recorded. You're paying taxes on it. It's gonna be the same thing. So
yeah, but
crypto,
I mean,
yeah.
No, I hear you. I don't doubt they're gonna do that. Yeah, in a way, is roll out a digital version of the current dollar. Yeah, where we just won't have cash at all. Everything will be digital. That is intense, yeah. But even though it sounds like it kind of, I mean, it kind of already is, but it is still intense because it would be a big shift in that way. But the thing is that if there's other, like here would be the potential with it though, when it comes to that, when it comes to actually buying things. Let's say they do that. Let's say they roll out some digital currency thing. It's linked with this whole network. Some people are into it. Some people are not into it. It's like this whole thing. Maybe it's political, whatever it is. You know, they claim we have to do it for this reason or that reason. Who knows what other psyops and things that could be thrown in there as well. And if it gets to a point where, let's say they do roll it out and they try to make it to where everyone can only use it, but they can't fully get us, you know, in that way to where people do actually start using other networks. Like, oh yeah, we'll accept that one, for example. We'll accept this other cryptocurrency. And if it's another one or on a blockchain, maybe it wouldn't even be called a cryptocurrency. That's just a name I'm using now as one of these blockchain-based types of exchange mechanisms, as it were, of information and of these blockchains and how they function. So what I'm saying is that if there's another one of those that enough people would, enough places, like I said, maybe your grocery store or whatever it may be. Granted, a lot of us probably do buy things from corporations these days. So how much do we actually buy from mom and pop stores? It's a whole question in and of itself, especially when it comes to like paying your rent and paying your bills. But that's what would be interesting is if there was like a splice or something to where other places will actually accept another currency, like maybe even in the spirit of like for freedom, for like human freedom, and like people will actually stand up for it to the point to where they'll still roll their thing out, but there will still be other options, or that there will be other options at that point.
It's just like the same thing how they implemented the credit card, right? They just put a little machine there, and you know, and then it was tied to your bank. So, you know, until the banks, you know, implement this with the crypto coin, you know. But I just find it impossible because, well, not impossible, but improbable because let's look at the drug market, right? You're telling me that they're gonna, you know, make transactions on a blockchain that's transparent and visible for everybody to see? Like everybody's gonna know what you paid for and what you know, where your money went.
Well, isn't
And
that already the
especially like,
case?
you know,
It's already the
politicians
case,
who
pretty
who
much.
don't want, you know, who don't want their, you know, their money visible. Like how is your money then, if it's all on the blockchain and it all can be tracked or, you know, ledgered? Why are people gonna, you know, adopt that?
Look, once cash is gone, right? You can't do the cash transaction anymore. Cash transaction played the role of hiding transactions, right? So the plumber comes to your house. He says $100 cash or 120 if you want a bill, right? That's over. That's going to be gone. That's just one instance, right? The guy that cuts your grass, the kid that cuts your grass, right? Slip him a 20, thank you very much. You can't do that anymore. Every
Yeah, no way.
transaction, everything is going to be recorded.
In
No
order
way,
to
man.
ensure a trustless system or a 100% trust system, they want to get rid of all privacy in terms of transactions.
The only answer will be bartering. You can maybe work out a barter system, like I'll do this for you, you do that for me. That's the only thing that's going to be left. Even if you have crypto and you do a crypto deal, right? You're still going to have to go exchange that crypto. They'll get you there when you exchange it. So it's
No,
going
but
to be
that's what I'm
worse.
saying. If they rolled out, no, but that's what I'm saying. If they roll out a central bank digital currency type thing, where like the new dollar will be all digital through their system, what I'm saying is that if there's other networks of other blockchains and other cryptocurrencies, essentially that one could use, to where that place of business is willing to actually receive that other currency for products or services.
I hear you, but they'll tax them at that source. Unless they do it under the table. But then you won't be able to use the money if it's not legal tender.
Well,
See
with
that?
taxes, the way it's set up now, you're supposed to claim all of your, any gains you get, as, et cetera. So yeah, you already are supposed to pay taxes, even though obviously some people, well, it just depends on if they get audited, that whole deal. But yeah, they might get away with it if they don't get audited, kind of deal. So, just some people, obviously, in terms of, because I'm just saying with cryptocurrencies, like you can basically send these in and out of wallets from like any internet connection anywhere in the world. So, and there's
Yeah,
certain
that
ones
they
that are
can't
like,
control. Yeah,
yeah,
that they can't. Yeah.
like it is
Agreed.
possible. Like
If
for
they do
example, like
this,
you could like using like Monero, for example. Like if you sent it to me, like let's say SE, like let's say you sent me Monero or vice versa, whatever, that like there is no actual visible transaction that you ever sent me anything, even though I got it from you. So there's like certain privacy coins that actually the blockchain itself functions to block the ability to actually see who actually sent to what, even though it also does keep the accurate transactions as well. Like it's different. It has a different on like the transparency component of it in that way. Like it's a
Yeah,
it's like
that's
has like a
ingenious.
it's
The
like
way
more
that's done.
yeah.
Yeah. But I'm saying how they're gonna get people is at the point of purchase, the point of contact, the point where that crypto has to be changed into the legal tender. That's where they're gonna get everybody. Like I don't see any way around it
But
because
what's
they have
so
control of that.
but the thing is,
But
dude,
how
doesn't
can
it
it be a
only
free
take
market
doesn't
then
it
if there's no like incentive to, because there's always ways to undercut, but if everything is at, a transparent price, like no undercutting, none of that, it's going to be a totally different world, man. There's not going to be incentive, there's not going to be like, competition. It's all going to be like a slavery style world. That's scary to think about. Like I don't think you guys realize the impact that this would have, like the scenario that SC just rolled out. No undercutting, no, $10 garden job from, Jose down the road. That's scary, man.
Well, the thing is, if there's another currency that has a particular value to it and it has its own actual value, then you just want more of that actual coin, as it were. You don't really care about what the fiat is, in theory, in that sense. So, but yeah, but there does need to be some way to let people know what that's worth, and that's where the challenge comes in, and that's why like these things all being pegged to the dollar. Like for example, I'll just take a random coin like Dash. There's a coin called Dash. So like whatever Dash's value is worth something in US dollars, let's say. So then that's kind of the general idea like okay, that one's worth this amount. I could buy this much for it, whatever. So that means that like Dash in a sense is like pegged to the fiat dollar in that sense of what its value is. But there could be a scenario that simply by people being on the same page essentially, whether you want to call it the same frequency or being dialed in, whatever it may be, where let's just take Dash as an example, where instead of Dash mattering what it's worth in fiat money, it would just be that like a Dash would just be its own value. Meaning like what like oh this person just gave someone 10 dashes or whatever 10 dash coins for helping them mow their lawn or whatever. Well now you have 10 dash coins. Those 10 dash coins you can then go buy something else that costs 5 dash coins or 10 or whatever you want to spend. So it's like those coins just have their own value. Now does seem like in our modern world, like it's always pegged to some dollar that we're going the other way. But I'm saying like it's possible that actually like just through like kind of group consciousness of multiple individuals, that the value of that thing. Now it does need to like establish itself in the market. Like you can't it'd be hard to get it going. Like you do have to establish it somehow because okay, if you're selling some a product to someone, some food or whatever, you sell someone an apple. Well, well, how many dashes is that? Is it 0.5 dashes or 5 dashes or 1? Like, so yeah, there does need to be some way to have that pegged. But what I'm saying is that I think within currencies, it can actually happen in like a natural, organic way where once there's enough of the currency and people actually start exchanging with it, it kind of finds its own natural balance. And yeah, maybe some profit a little more, maybe some a little less in some ways, but that it all kind of would even out, like that the value of that would have a kind of a life of its own and have its own value building strength behind its own integrity rather than being like falsely falsely like asserted through some kind of a deceptive technique like they do with the mainstream money system.
If that
Jeremy.
was the case, though, man, it would still lead to like a calamity, because everybody's goal would be is to accumulate more dash, and it's like never going to end. So then that means that whoever controls the most dash controls the world, right? And
No, man,
as
no.
it is now, that
Were
the
you doing
U.S.
that with
government and
Bitcoin before
other
Bitcoin blew up? No.
No, but you guys are missing the point here, man. You can have as
you're
many dashes
relinquishing
as
power,
you want.
dude.
Bro, you can have mountains of dashes, bro. You can have dashes coming out of your sleeves, right? If you can't buy with them, they're useless, bro. You gotta understand.
Well, no, but they
Yeah,
have a
but like
value. They have a value though.
the
That
But
geo,
other
they
people,
but
don't,
like
Gio.
Geo
How
they're
is
the
not
hell?
only
saying,
traded with US dollars, they're also traded with, let's say, Bitcoin. Like you could trade Dash for Bitcoin. So in that case, then if you want to link it back to fiat, then yeah, now you got to look at what Bitcoin's worth. But they are like entities in and of themselves. Like they seem to have their own value, uh, almost like a stock does, I guess. Even though stocks are kind of different, these cryptocurrencies are different than stocks actually, how they function. But they are similar in a way. Like when you buy it, you have it, and then whether the value goes up or down relates what it ends up ultimately being worth. And yeah, in the one currency that we actually seem to use pretty much for everything right now, because they have a total monopoly, the whole fiat currency. Yeah, it's like they have a massive monopoly that we do need to. I mean, you can actually buy homes with Bitcoin. You can buy cars with Bitcoin, all of that. Like there are places you can use Bitcoin to buy things like that, but yeah, could you use it for everything? Actually, you probably could
Not
in
Bitcoin.
some ways if you
No,
used one of those Visa transfer system things.
it takes too long to process, like, you know. So I don't think it would be the one, dude. And there's not
Yeah,
enough
but
to
No.
go around in circulation. You got to look at the circulation supply. Like that's another factor. So
No,
not
Bitcoin will
even.
never be that. It's way too slow.
No, they
It's
have
super clunky.
And
no, they
Ripple's
have
not even.
Lightning Bitcoin.
Yeah, but that's
No,
all
they have
backed on.
Lightning
Yeah,
Bitcoin.
I
That a
know.
thing where
That's backed on Ripple network. And even XRP isn't a big enough market cap to go around for circulation like that. Like it would have to be something that's got a huge market cap, dude.
can I buy a Mars bar with it? Yes or
sir,
no? Can I buy a Mars bar with it right now?
Yes, you can get these debit card systems where you send your crypto to a wallet. The crypto sits in that wallet, and then when you go swipe your card to buy the Mars bar, it does a transfer, and then you then can get that Mars bar. Yes, but it does like a transfer through the fiat system, obviously, because that's what.
Exactly.
But
Yeah,
it
that's what I'm
it's
transfers.
still
saying.
tied in, dude. You can't get around,
They
this
got
whole
you right there.
this whole value that we
We
were
know,
perceived on.
we know they got us.
We base it off U.S. dollars, right? It's not
Yeah, but
gonna
it's the fact
ever
They got us.
change.
They got us
it's
by the
the fact
globe.
that
Se, they got
yeah,
us by the globes.
That's right.
it's the
Hey,
fact that the US dollar is not backed by anything. That's the problem, dude. And this is where we run into with them having control over it and printing us into hyper debt. And so that's the whole point of having crypto in tandem with the current system.
Daizo, do you think they took the system over because they have access to other lands that had a bunch of gold on them, and they took all that gold from the other lands and did whatever gold rushes they did on these lands, and ultimately took over the whole gold standard through that with the
I
gold
never
from the other lands?
I never heard of that theory, but I have heard of the fact that they say it's impossible for them to mine as much gold as they have in such a short period of time. I don't
Yeah.
know, man.
Hey, have you guys heard that story about that? I don't mean to. This is probably going to derail this whole convo, but that he was a king, Masu Mansa. he was the Mali king about in I think like 700 AD, but he was richer than Elon Musk, and he was the richest man alive, and he had the largest supply of the gold. And if you look at where he was from, that country to this day is barricaded, blocked off. You can't go in it. You look at the maps, and it looks like there's these old world maps. There's even some Mercator maps from hundreds of years ago, and what it shows is a booming civilization there. But what we see there is as like today, and I've tried to look through satellite images, and they give you just straight dog shit when they show you what's over Africa, but they show lakes. Like there's these old maps of Africa, dude, and they show them like smaller than they really are. That's probably because they didn't have a good chance of exploring them. But what they did is they found roads, they found God, like these huge civilizations. But when you look at it now, it's like, why is Africa like desolate, like in this region where it was the wealthiest region, and the wealthiest king. Man, you got to look in. There's a huge thing about Africa that I know they're keeping from us. It's wild, dude. I mean, the place where I learned it from, that there's this show or there's this channel, Bright Insight, and he was on the Joe Rogan podcast, and he was talking about this land, and of course he talked about the king, but yeah, they show like this whole country's barricaded off. You can't go in there, and that's where supposedly all this gold came from, and the gold's still there. So did I just kill the room?
I don't know, bro. Why don't you say gold 5 more times?
See, you guys don't got nothing? Just silence. Am I the first one to uncover this? Really? I'll get credit for it since you guys are quiet. I know there's something there though. I got my finger on it.
But yeah, the money system. Yeah, getting out of the control under this current money system. Is it possible, and what are the steps that would be required?
Learn how to farm and then be able to fight off the robot dogs when they send them after you.
When they send the robot dogs for our food, for our crops with their Monsanto seeds that they spread out everywhere. Wouldn't that be terrible? What if they just started chemtrailing Monsanto seeds onto your property? That would be unfortunate. Let's pray that that never happens. Chemtrails are already bad enough.
They won't need a chemtrail. They can just drone it in there now. Drones are so cheap now.
Just drone deliver your
Bro, they got these crazy military drones. I think they're called the Black Hornet or Black Wasp or some shit. Their weight is like worth more than gold. It's like this crazy little military drone. It's not.
So they could just deliver you like a local chemtrail just to like above your house with one of those? Just whipping around, releasing some chemical? That's pretty
Or a
Well,
dude.
they got another one. It's a little. They got another one. It's a little bumblebee drone. It has a little Simtex in it or something. A little plastic, like a gram worth of plastic explosive. They just fly it in your forehead.
Yeah, or a little
Whoa.
mini directed energy weapon as well, probably.
Well, I never even really thought. Like a tiny little thing that's like the size of an insect almost, and it's got an explosive in it, and it lands on you.
It's like a
That's the
bumblebee drone, and it's got like a little tiny amount of plastic explosive. They said they could launch like, if they drop from like a B-52 or something, they could drop like 1,000,000 of them on over a country and just fucking. That shit is dangerous right there.
It sounds like it's out of the movies, but that's crazy that they're actually. It makes sense that they would have those, though. Yeah, for like warfare shit. It's crazy what they've actually developed. And yeah, if they actually like ever unleash that in the wrong ways, it's kind of frightening. But maybe we could just look at it like a plot of a movie for the time being, and not an actual threat, for the sake of not considering what the outcome of that could be. Because yeah, it is crazy what they could do with some kind of.
I'm sure they're doing some stuff in Gaza right now.
Yeah, and the directed energy weapons already are happening. Yeah, they did in Maui, and like it's so obvious to me. Like the operations that they did out here with the wildfires in California were so, they were like clearly operations, the way they were run, the way they were played out. And then this year, there were none really here this year, and then
Acapulco,
and then they're all focused in other places.
Yeah, I know about the one in Hawaii, but Jeff Berwick is claiming that they're doing something systematic down there in Acapulco as well.
They did a big hit on Canada this year, right? Up there, everyone, like people in New York and Jersey, they were all getting the smoke, and in Michigan and all those areas. I think even like Lou Lunatic, I think he said he got smoke over in Wisconsin. I think that was a whole.
Bro, I was smoked out, bro. It was hazy as fuck.
Yeah. You got a little taste of the dew weapon wildfire, not wildfire smokes.
That was during the whole train derailment fiasco, right? Every week there was a new one. Wasn't that the same time period?
Yeah, I think so. Hey, yo, you see Bill Gates owns Bragg's apple cider vinegar now.
That's nothing short of concerning.
Good thing it's really easy to make your own apple cider vinegar.
True, but it used to be like, it's just such a good little go-to. It's crazy that he bought it.
Yeah, well, I wonder what's going to happen to it now. Because, yeah, they have pretty good products. That one drink they have that's like lemon ginger, a little bit of that apple cider
Pretty
vinegar.
pretty good. Yeah. I think
Ooh,
I know what you're talking about.
yeah,
Pretty good. Yeah.
that's
I,
refreshing.
yeah. I used to like that. You're right. Dude, remember like when like health food stores were cool? You know. I used to think I remember we used to go and get like seitan, the fucking all the like vegetarian fucking shit. I used to be vegetarian. I used to eat all that shit.
Go to like a raw vegan cuisine cooking class and just
Bro,
straight up.
I don't know about that, but dude, I used to go to a fucking raw. There's a raw. There's only one raw restaurant in that I found anyway that was local in Manhattan that I would go to, and it was all raw food. It was fucking banging too, man. It's fucking good, but
Yeah.
all
Like
raw.
yeah. Raw food. Yep. You get all those enzymes and
Yeah, you ever eat like steak raw or any of that shit?
yeah, I
Hamburger.
always have some portion of all of my food raw. Yeah.
Yeah, right on. I feel you there. That's cool. It's like hamburger, dude. I could eat that shit by the handful. Like raw hamburger. I don't know why I love that shit.
Yeah, it's like creamy. It's like buttery.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
raw
good.
meat is some tastes like some people who aren't familiar with it, like they might kind of think that it would not taste good, but like actually just raw meat, it actually has a very like well, what do you think? Yeah, because it has kind of like a mild flavor that's kind of buttery and very neutral. Whereas when you cook it, it can have very intense kind of flavors almost, once you really get it all cooking. But it's like just raw meat is almost kind of bland in a sense, but in a good
Yeah,
way.
yeah. I was gonna say that's my kind of impression. It's just bland.
Yeah. But it is like creamy too, like melts in your mouth, like raw meat like that with the fat.
Dude, raw eggs, man. Fucking, I don't know. It's crazy because like when you first start eating raw eggs, it's like tastes weird, and then you like start craving it. Like raw eggs are fucking banging too, and it's interesting because you could eat like 30 raw eggs uncooked, but like if they're cooked, you know you wouldn't
Right.
want to.
That's interesting too. Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
you
the
get like
digestibility of the raw is like is the best. Yeah, it's like just direct
well, like when you think when you cook
absorbability.
it and it fluffs out, it like just takes up so much space in the gut or in the stomach. Whereas if you
Yeah.
drink it, it's like all fucking you can handle way more of it. I guess is the theory. Should probably get more nutrients.
Yeah, you could make like a smoothie thing where you put like a whole dozen eggs in it and drink that down. Yeah, like even though that is a lot of liquid, but still um easier than you could like cooking a whole huge omelet with 12 eggs. Yeah, I would agree. I do think the cooking it seems to like it kind of it's not necessarily all bad, but it does kind of denature it and it changes like its fat.
I mean, I like it either way, but it's weird that like if you do like eat raw eggs, I don't know. I used to crave it like when I was into it for a minute. I was all like working out all the fucking time and shit. You know what I mean? Had like one of those kind of routines. You fucking I used to love raw eggs.
Yeah, they're like a complete protein and it's just like instantly absorbable nutrients and all those fat soluble nutrients as well, like the same that like the nutrients that dairy has. So yeah, it's good stuff. Just in terms of the nutrients that's in an egg like that.
I mean, I also have a theory that like raw milk like makes you fertile. As a dude.
Yeah,
There's something to that somehow.
that's interesting. Yeah. What more could be said on that? Like that it like has nutrients in it that are good for those parts of the body or like
I don't know, man. I don't know. I had a
just
buddy that
strengthens.
was like, yo, he was trying to or whatever, and I was like, you need to have raw milk, and I guess things worked out. But I don't know.
Yeah, raw milk is incredible. I mean it tastes, in my experience, like way better than any pasteurized milk. And then all the like, granted, there are a lot of factors though, because it does have to be from a clean animal and it has to be handled in a clean way. That's the kind of trick with raw milk. And I've never gotten majorly sick from raw milk, but I have gotten some little things for sure over the years, like having
Oh
different
no, no.
muscles.
If you're not drinking raw milk like on a regular basis, like it took me a while. Like I was told even like, all right, drink like a shot glass for your first cup, and then the next day have another shot glass, and like you slowly work yourself up to like a full cup. But like it tastes so fucking good. There's no fucking way that you're just gonna have like a shot glass and not have like I mean like not have like 2 glasses right away, and your body's like, hey asshole, this is live fucking shit. You can't fuck around, and your body will correct itself. But I think that correction is like something to that.
Well, I've taken it to the max. I've taken it to the max. I mean, I can get a whole half gallon down and then head it on your second half gallon. But yeah, there does seem to be a limit that like at any one time. But just drinking
Well,
like
dude, I know,
straight raw
dude. The
milk. I
guys
have a
like,
friend who
yo,
used
the
to do
fucking
that. He would just sip on a gallon, and by golly, he would drink the whole thing over like an hour or two, just sipping on it. Because like if that's all you're eating, like you don't have anything else in your stomach. But yeah, like the body, you can take a lot of that nutrition. But there
the
does seem to
only
be a
guys I
limit
know
at
that
which
could do
it's
that were
kind of
farmers.
counterproductive and a limit. It's
The only guys I know that would drink like a gallon a day like that are the farmers.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because they literally that's what they got right at their disposal. And fucking, you know what I mean? You wind up like that's. But I'm saying, yeah, you're healthy. You're a healthy motherfucker if you're drinking a gallon of fucking raw milk every day.
Yeah, it is just like instant nutrition. There's all that calcium in it, which is kind of hard to find actually in foods these days. Because like we used to eat more bones, like in our diet, like ground bone powder and stuff. Like there'd be more bones, but people don't eat the bones as much, or they cook them down, so the calcium is kind of lost. So yeah, it's the thing about raw milk like that. Oh, and Issa, do you ever eat the egg shell as well? You know that you can like, have you ever just eaten the shell? I mean, if it's a clean egg, because apparently like that, I've eaten eggshell, and it has like a lot of good calcium and minerals for the bones as well. I just wonder if you've ever like done like a smoothie or something where you just throw the shell in with it and blend it all up.
I think I've had it before, but I've never done it myself, and I don't fuck with the shell. But I mean, I
Yeah,
know like they're good for the garden, that kind of thing. But
yeah,
but I
minerals.
haven't fucked. I don't really fuck with them.
I mean, I
But I
have
think
just
I've
like
had
eaten
that.
them. Like if you have one that's kind of soft, you can just kind of, especially like that membrane. After you crack it and then that membrane's on it, you can in some cases just like leave that membrane on it. Then some people like even kind of dry them out and make these little chip things, or some people like blend it into a powder and then you can sprinkle that powder on stuff later. Or like if you're making like a some kind of like a blend with other like fruits and things, some people just put the whole shell in it and blend it. So then when you drink it, it might have a little bit of a gritty kind of, in a sense, a little bit of a gritty consistency, but if it's from a really clean egg and a really clean source, it is a really good source of like minerals and calcium and good, for like the bones, keep the bones healthy. Same way that raw milk has. That's why I mentioned it, because I was thinking of the calcium in raw milk, and then in an egg, that's kind of the egg's equivalent of where all the calcium is in the shell.
Yeah, I like hard boiled eggs, man. Hard boiled eggs with a little bit of fucking salt. Oh, yeah, that's about all you need right there.
Scrambled.
Yeah, but hard boiled, something about like that dry yolk in the. I don't know, man. I fucking love that shit. A little bit of salt, fucking right.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure, dude. They are delicious in that form. And in other forms like omelets and scramble and all those forms. Eggs really are just good all around in terms of that. But yeah, what do you think? Because you said raw milk like keeping you fertile, but what about also the idea of raw milk like keeping you young? That it has certain nutrients that like keep youth.
Yeah, man. I think probably so. That and sunshine, you know.
Yeah. It does give that image of a really strong farmer that's just drinking tons of raw milk and it's just really strong and it's just especially if he has like a good relationship with the animals.
I always heard real men drink bull milk unpasteurized. I don't know. I mean,
No, just the bull milk udder.
Are you sure that's milk?
Oh yeah. Huh?
I don't think bulls make milk. There's water buffalo milk. You had that? That's pretty wild.
There is donkey milk. I heard they make the most expensive cheese.
Yep.
The
Camel.
only thing you're getting from a damn bull is urine, so try it. Go ahead.
You never had bull milk?
How does a bull make milk? It's not even it's not a female. How does that happen?
Well, actually, you have to have like the long
It's a they
probe.
them. It's a they
like
them.
It's like an
Yeah,
electrical
okay.
probe. Yeah, requires an electrical probe.
It requires some equipment and some changing of the English language.
Yeah, and it's going to require the changing of my mind real quick. So what's going on, guys? I haven't been around for a minute. What's the latest? That sounds promising.
Jeremy came halfway out of the closet and then went right back. That's about it.
Oh shit. Halfway in, halfway out, huh?
Yeah, but he shut the door.
Somebody put a lock on that fucker then, quick.
Not a lot, man. Same old stuff.
Yeah, I hear you. I get it. I just basically saying hi, I guess. You know, haven't been around much. Just kind of see a bunch of people here that I used to speak to a little bit here and there. Since you guys opened up this server, or whoever did, 24/7 kind of took a dump, and then yeah, I don't know. I haven't been over there for the longest time either, so.
Yeah, same here.
I did come in here 2 or 3 weeks ago and spoke to a couple of Globers, and they were asking me this and that, whatever, and ended up calling me basically a Bible zealot, and everything I believed was just all in the Bible. And it's like, no, I did many, many years of research before I ever verified anything using the Bible. It was just a verification device for me.
You did miss some really good crypto advice by Goodwhite, but he took off, so you can't really ask him any questions anymore. So.
Well, they are planning a digital dollar dump. I mean, a U.S. dollar dump, I guess. There's this guy, I can't remember his name, this Indian dude or whatever, Kiwani, or I can't remember his name. He got a I watched about an hour-long video of his yesterday. But it was going on and on and on about how they're going to switch everything to digital currency. And if you've got a bunch of cash in your bank, that it could be very likely that you just might lose it. They might just dump all over the dollar and replace, try to make some sort of a digital currency replacement of some sort. I guess I don't know. That's the rumor. I guess.
I
Is
mean,
that
they've been dumping on the dollar, dude. It's like been a
Oh
death
yeah.
by 1,000 cuts, you know.
Oh yeah. Many countries and various different entities are already been dumping the dollar. You're right. I'm just saying that from what I heard, they're actually planning that they're going to make some sort of an announcement that they're going to completely get rid of the U.S. dollar, all U.S. currency, and it's going to be switched to some kind of digital currency. And at that point, you'll be subject to 100% monitoring. They'll know exactly what you spend whatever currency it is. They'll monitor and keep track of all your transactions. Blah blah blah. I mean, I don't. I guess that's possible, but I mean that's gonna if they do something like that, boy, that's gonna raise some fucking hell. I'll tell you what, for a lot of people, people get caught off guard or whatever. They switch up everything to a current digital currency and then refuse to replace your U.S. dollar with with digital currency, which this guy that did this video I watched said they very well could do that. They switch it to some sort of crypto or digital currency that they're not obligated in any way to replace your money that you had in the bank. And you could lose all of it. That's what he said. You could potentially lose all your money. So can you imagine what that would do if they did that? Fucking the entire population of the United States loses their fucking life savings and their fucking, their 401ks, their whatever, with no replacement plan. I mean, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, I don't see that happening.
I don't see
But
it either, but I mean, this guy said, better be ready to make some sort of change, convert your money to, either gold, silver, whatever. And if there's a new blockchain, I guess, coming out. Can't remember the name of it. He claims you can make a 25-cent investment in it. At least you'll maybe have something at the end of the day. I don't know. He laid it all out. I got it all saved on my computer. I haven't read every single word of what he said, but I did listen to him for about an hour and a half. He's a pretty well-known guy. I can't remember his name. I'd have to look it. I'd have to go into my files and pull it up, see what the fuck his name was. But anyway. Oh, I just says my computer didn't save any of it. I clicked on every page he posted yesterday and saved it. And it says not found. So obviously it was probably a fucking scam. Who knows? Has anybody here heard anything about the American dollar being absolutely just completely eliminated sometime soon? Anybody heard that? He claims that on December 13th that Biden's going to make a public announcement that they're dumping the American dollar and trading it off for some digital currency, crypto or some new blockchain coming out. I don't know. But nobody here's heard about it. It's obviously not something that is well known, or I don't know who this guy was. I was just going to try to pull up his name because I know he's got a. I've heard of this guy before. Some guy from India or somewhere.
We were just talking about that. We were just talking about that, as a matter of fact. The coin that you're talking about is called the New York Stock Exchange digital dollar. That's the one they're going to unleash on us, apparently.
What's it called? What is it? Federal Reserve?
The New York Federal Reserve digital dollar. I said stock exchange. I made a mistake. The New York Federal Reserve digital dollar.
Yeah, so then are they going to make it that you could, I mean, see, that's the thing. If it's digital, then is it only stored if you bank with, the major banks, the big banks? Are they the only ones that store it and let you use it?
Exactly. Yeah. It's like now, Visa, MasterCard, same thing, except it's going to be digital.
I just kicked myself out of the room a minute ago by deleting some of this dude's pages that I had saved to no avail. So what are you guys doing? I mean, you guys are just all so quiet. What the fuck? Usually there's a lot of people got a lot to say around here. What's going on? Nobody got nothing to say? Apparently not.
We were waiting for you to come and tell us what this dude said about the dollar, the money. What's his take on it?
I wish I could.
Why can't you?
He just said they're getting rid of the American dollar. Period. They're just dumping it. Gonna no longer use it. A lot of people are thinking it's going to switch to either yen from China or something, or some new digital currency.
Well, you're probably talking about the BRICS. Yeah.
What BRICS?
Well, it's a group of countries: Brazil, Russia, India,
Yeah.
South America. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the same ones he was mentioning.
Yeah, those are called the BRICS. So what they want to do is they want to make their own dollar to trade with. The reason being is they want to take America's homogeny away And when you guys do sanctions, it works only because the dollar is king. So if they take away that dollar, right, then the sanctions don't work anymore. So yeah, that's what they want to do. That's the BRICS.
Well, I can't blame them for that because the fucking our government sanctioning all these fucking people for whatever fucking reason they think they have the right to do so. Yeah, this has caused a lot of people a lot of problems, I'm sure. Yeah, the American dollar and the people in control of the dollar in our country right now, everybody knows, but they're just a bunch of fucking clowns and they're just pulling shit out of their ass and trying to fucking put everybody in a blender and just pour them down the fucking drain, the way I see it. But I just think there's some big surprises, some big headaches, and some asshole moves, and some fucking bullshit on the way. Well, it's already been happening. Everybody knows all the horse shit that's been going on. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, well, if I'd have known you were waiting for me, fuck, I'd have came more prepared. For hell's sake, you make me feel like an idiot now. For even bringing it up.
Everybody's just waiting for a good conversation to start so they can start interrupting. You know how it goes.
Yeah, oh sure. It's not like I haven't been there before. Yeah, we've all been there. They did allow me to speak a couple of weeks ago, though, in here, and there was a bunch of Globers in here. There was Pete Shea I was talking to, Kosho, some other dude, some big Glober dude. I can't remember his fucking name, but they were quizzing me about the Earth and this and that. And I said, yeah, well, I'll answer your questions, but not if you don't allow me to explain. I mean, I'm not going to just say I think that the Earth is this or that or whatever without, if you want to know what I think, I'll be happy to tell you, but don't think that you're going to just not let me explain why I feel the way I do about it. He quizzed me on the circle of the Earth and what I thought that was, and so I explained, and just shit like that. But I was surprised they let me talk at all, to be honest with you, because it was basically, well, Pete's not a Glober for one thing, I guess, but I've known Pete for years. And he's going, I don't think I've ever spoken to you before, Godrog. And I said, bullshit, Pete. Look, I was on your fucking channel with you fucking about 4 years ago. We fucking several conversations. Oh, I don't remember that. Well, I can't remember yesterday, so I guess I don't blame you for that one. Yeah, I've got a new philosophy as well about the Earth. I'm really not very comfortable with the word flat Earth anymore, because it just causes nothing but problems. I think it's obviously the Earth. I'm talking about the dirt. If you're talking about the water, yeah, water seeks its level, and obviously everybody, most of you guys know who I am. At least a few of you do. You know that I know we don't live on a globe and whatnot. So the water probably is pretty level, but the Earth itself, It's all over the fucking place. It's anything but level. You remove the fucking water, and you got fucking Mount Everest, Mariana Trench, you got whatever else, all these other continents up and down and all around the fucking place. The earth, if you're talking about the dirt, the earth, it's not level. It's not flat. Not anything fucking close.
It's a very bumpy. It's a very bumpy level.
Yeah.
Bumpy.
Like, yeah, 5 miles, 10 miles difference in bumpiness. Yeah, if you're talking from the top of Mount Everest to the bottom of the ocean, that's
Yeah.
fucking 10 fucking miles, for fuck's sakes, at least.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, but overall, it's
I have a problem with trying to figure out, what I really want to say other than it's not a globe. I can't objectify the Earth. Nobody can. You can't. Nobody's been far enough away to see the Earth. And besides that, I think the Earth is part of creation. And I think creation as a whole, obviously, is the cosmos above us. It's, the waters below us, the waters above us, all of that. There's nobody is going to objectify that to claim it to be any kind of shape. So that's not possible.
Hey, how were mountains created if not by millions and millions of years?
By the creator, you'd have to ask him, I guess.
So you're saying a creator that you have no proof of came along and made a mountain?
Who?
And you attribute it to him without any evidence?
I create all of creation to him because I believe that there is a creator. Yeah. It's just,
But without evidence, you're just saying
I'll
a
admit
dude
to
did
that.
it.
I don't have any evidence for him. Absolutely. I mean, not anything that you would probably believe. I've had what I call divine intervention, and so, yeah, I believe that we were created. I believe that where we live is a creation. But how do you expect me to prove that? Call God on the phone and say, "Hey, come show yourself and show what you can do and prove that you created this place." Come on, fucking nobody doing that shit. Especially not me.
Well, it's at
I
a
mean,
very,
fuck.
it's at a very high
What do you-
high frequency of connection to the whole thing. If you were at that state, that level, to be
Exactly.
that tapped in. But yeah, think about a mountain. Like I think about, well, you know how you were saying, where if you took all the water out, and how bumpy it would be. Well, what makes all of the land at its different elevations? That's interesting in and of itself. Of course, they try to claim, there's parts of the idea in terms of tectonic plates and, the landmass is pushing up together basically. So there's different ideas in the mainstream model. I think of it as very likely having an electrostatic effect, an electromagnetic effect, where they've shown that like electrostatically they can create these sinkholes by an electrostatic charge going from the surface down, essentially like into the ground. It'll create like a sinkhole, and that even maybe what they call like meteors that hit the earth, like some of those might actually be sinkholes. But in that same kind of idea, could there be an electrostatic effect that would either like push the land up in some way, or that would create a mountain in some way as well? Like, would it somehow be like electrostatically more pulled upwards, from the ground?
I
In some
suppose
way.
I suppose there's a possibility for that. I mean, I think that electromagnetism. We all know that the North Pole has a pole to it. We all know that stars rotate above our head around Polaris, and that all could be very highly magnetically controlled in some way. And yeah, I mean, yeah, but again, it's speculation. I mean, I could say the same thing somebody said to me a minute ago. You got any evidence for that? Probably not.
Yeah, we have evidence of how mountains are made, not by some guy. Have you ever looked at a sand dune? How it gets there?
Yeah, by wind.
How over time layers and layers can build upon themselves, compact, have weight.
Yeah, I get it. Sure. But where did the sand come from in the beginning? Where did the dirt come from and the rock? Where did it all come from for all these electromagnetic anomalies to
From
start
the
happening?
wind. From the wind moved it.
Moved it from where? From where to here? From
From
here.
wherever it was before. From wherever it was
Oh.
before.
And so you can obviously, you must have some sort of idea where that was.
Well, if you look at what sand is, minerals, rocks that,
Right. Where did they
but
come from
sand
to begin
itself
with?
is,
Where did the rocks and all these minerals come from? So they can
it was
make these
here.
mountains. They were
It
just
was
here?
here, always.
Always here.
Just here. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so your evidence for that is what?
And if it wasn't here, it was made. But it didn't mean that somebody with, power in his finger that could shoot lightning bolts out of his hand did it.
Oh, I don't believe that's how it took place by any means whatsoever. I don't think God wields a magic wand. I don't think that's not what I believe. So, but whatever. I don't think anybody has
Then
a
how
magic
does he
wand.
create?
I don't know. He's a creator. I don't know. I've never actually met the guy.
Yeah, but how can you assume something when you have no proof of it? It's like none of us have proof of how this stuff was created. We can come up with hypotheses or uh, things like that, but like I said, what I said, like it's always been here. I don't have proof of that either.
Right.
I don't
That's
have
what
proof that there always was. But I know
Right.
that that sand was once whatever rock, and then that rock was something else before that, like say some animal, and it petrified the all the minerals and things that animal utilized to stay alive has now decomposed and came out like like our bodies are made up of calcium, all these minerals, but when it's gone, the minerals will remain and layer upon layer build up on itself. So like when you look at the layers of like if you look at rocks, they're just layers stacked upon layers upon layers upon layers. That means this place has been here for a very long time, stacking upon itself.
About the creatures, about the animals.
Mm-hmm.
Where did they
Yeah,
come
how
from?
about them?
Where did they come
came
from?
from whatever they were before.
What do you mean? Evolution, you're saying?
It's possible. It's possible that life had, because what we see with life is it's always resilient to find a new way, and we're always going to find a way. That's just how we are. We're not going to stop and rest on our laurels and say, we finally made it. No way. Everything is always progressing. Everything is always improving. So, however, that little lobster found a way to improve its life, and instead of a tail, either make the tail bigger or make it to where it can separate. Now it has two tails, and so now it can uh, swim faster and compete against its rival uh, single tail. Now it has two tails, and now it can kind of probably maneuver faster. So now that lobster with the two tails is going to have an advantage. But before that one lobster, it wasn't a lobster. It was something else, maybe with one claw or maybe smaller. Or you see what I'm saying? Like life is always, and just because it's one sort of life form doesn't mean that it wasn't like it had to just be a lobster and that's it. Like that's crazy. Like I can't just expect myself uh to rest on that. This phone that I'm holding, there was no other phone before it. Like,
So, no, I hear you. So you're basically talking evolution.
yeah, I hate to say it, but I mean, I don't like, yeah, I mean, I don't like the loaded term evolution because, you know, it implies that, well, it concedes to a group, right, that is in a fight of intellectual superiority, and I don't like I don't like that word. I don't like the term evolution, but it's pretty much looks
Vince, you
like
got a third
that.
option?
Well, the other dude, so there's two currently, right? There's the other dude that had no proof that a dude with lightning bolts spitting through his finger or magically does it with his mind or whatever, however means he does it, he made it all. Or uh, things progress from, like I said, improving. But where did those things come from? It leads back to the same problem. Like evolution had to start from somewhere too. And that's why my third option is everything always was. Because where did it come
That's
from? If not
convenient.
from a creator.
That's convenient, and it just doesn't make sense because what we see, there's always everything has a beginning and an end, right? Think about it.
Well,
No,
I have a personal
you're good.
testimony of at least some sort of divine intervention, I guess. Okay. I've had a few experiences that, I'm not going to tell you about them, but it did have them. And so I was through prayer and things happened. Things were shown to me. Words were spoken to me one time, right out of the clouds. And so in my opinion, there's something, there's some divine either being or power or whatever you want to call it. I have a personal testimony that would indicate very strongly that there's something there, someone there.
So
And
what if, so what if, is it possible that perhaps maybe you are part of God, and when you talk to this entity, somehow you can channel yourself as him? Because that
No.
can't be ruled out either. Like the things you ask for, like why can he be like the sole proprietor of this energy or this power to get things when you ask for them? Why isn't it that perhaps maybe we have the power if we want something? Because we do, like we do this every day. Like we all wake up and we want whatever we want and we go do it and we go get it, right? So that's creating in itself, is the ability to go do that.
You're talking about manifesting.
No, I'm talking about doing, bro. Like you woke up and you did whatever you had to do today, right? You did it.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Didn't take an
I'm
act
a
of
builder.
God.
I'm a builder. I've built many buildings. I made a living doing it.
But you kind of tribute God for that ability, because with the ability for yourself to solve complex problems with your brain, you were able to construct whatever you were doing and build whatever thing you were building, not from an act of God, but from your will to do.
Can you build me a tomato seed? Can you, with your will to do, can you build me a tomato seed?
Not me.
No. No, but seeds are
I
something
can build you
different.
a skyscraper or a house or a car. I can build you any of those things as long as you got the money to pay for it. Be happy
So
to do so.
meaning you can build a big complex thing like a car and a house, but a little teeny bitty tomato seed, you can't build that?
Nope.
Yeah, that's amazing, right? But
Yeah.
so you're saying that okay. Are you saying so this seed, right, contains the ability to, when you place it in the ground, has the ability to make more of itself or duplicate itself, copy itself, right?
Correct, yeah.
That in itself, that didn't require a creator either, because the framework for that new thing to arise from, I'm not saying it was created, because it it wasn't as if the creator came down in another act of God to create a new tomato plant to make more tomatoes. That framework is existing.
What
that's your
framework? Who
opinion.
made the first
That's
tomato?
your opinion.
Not the first, we're not talking about the first tomato. We're talking about the seed that you plant in the ground to make a new tomato. The ground and that seed and the information there in that is existing. The correct
How?
question would be
The
who
Who made it?
encoded
information
that
has to come
information
from somewhere.
and who made that
Correct.
framework for that plant to do what it's doing.
Correct.
That's
Who
the
made
more
the
important
framework?
question.
Who put the code in for the
Yeah.
instructions of that seed? When that seed hits soil, wet soil, moist soil, it goes to work on its own. You don't have to press
Right.
the on button. You don't have to plug it in. You don't have to do
Where did the
anything.
first seed come? Where did the first seed come from then?
Exactly.
So
That's the question.
here's the thing. So we're either going to have to um track the because you're saying where's the first, where did that tomato come from, right? The first tomato plant is what SC actually said. So what you'd have to do is trace that tomato plant, and it must go back all the way to the beginning of creation, and it be the first thing, and it's always been, and it's never changed, right? So we'd have to see a record of it never changing, or that tomato plant was another style of plant and it just changed into this tomato. It's one of the two.
Okay. Either one. Choose whichever one you want. Who created the first one?
That's the thing. Like, we'd have to track it back all the way to its origin.
How are you going to do that?
Yeah,
Is there a way to do
not
that?
something that's even possible, dude. You can't do that. Nobody can. Nobody
So
has
then
the ability
can we all
to do
agree
that.
that we don't know, and can we like have a kumbaya and like a concession that we'll never know? Or are we
Yeah.
gonna like
Yes,
devise new
exactly.
ways of to devise new gods and is my god? Because I tell you what, I can almost guarantee in the next, if we live another 100 years, there's going to be another guy coming out with another claim that his god made the first tomato seed. I guarantee it, man. There's going to be another guy out there to do it. And man, people want to know, because this is the $1 million question. Where did the first tomato plant come from?
Okay, so you're talking about genetic engineering. So where did the first genetic?
No, I'm not.
Somebody's gonna come along and design this new plant or this new whatever. He's gonna have to have some building blocks. He's gonna have something to build that with. Where did that
No,
start?
I said a new god. There's going to be a new god, and they're going to claim that their god did it, and they're going to, yeah, they're going to gain a lot of followers. And
I suppose that's your speculation as to what is going to happen. Certainly not mine, but you can have yours all day long if you want. I'm not going to argue with you.
But no, you don't have to argue. It's just going to happen. But the outcome, the 100% outcome that nobody wants the truth of is nobody. Whoever made that claim isn't going to be able to verify that his God did it. So until
Well,
we
the
can
current
all
God,
come to terms, until we
well,
can all
the
come to terms that nobody knows and will never know, I think
Well,
the
but
world
what if
would
he
be a
what
lot,
if he
a
shows
lot better
what if
place.
he just shows up one day and says, "Hey, here I am. This is what I do. This is what I did. If you don't believe me, I'll do it right in front of your face." Was the original God that created everything you see, everything you've ever seen or ever experienced, came from the very
What do you think that's
original
going to
God.
prove, dude? If
Huh?
if your God came and revealed himself and said, "Hey, look how I did it, guys." Don't you
Why
think
would he
everybody's
rebuild
going to
himself?
stop?
He still exists. Why? In my opinion, he's never gone anywhere. He's been here since
Well,
the beginning.
do whatever he said he's going to come do. What is that going to answer? What is that going to prove?
You're the one that
Isn't the
said the new
whole
one was coming. You're the one that said some new God was on his way. I'm saying
yeah?
that
Somebody's
we
going to
don't need
make
a new
one.
God.
I said yeah.
We already got one.
You got
In my
you got
opinion,
one, but you don't got proof of it. Just like the fact that there's going to be another guy that comes along and says, "Hey, my God made the first tomato plant." Are you going to disprove him?
I do have personal experience of divine intervention, and I'm telling you, it happened, and it's real. It wasn't on drugs. I wasn't hallucinating. I had
Do you have
experiences.
an imagination? Do you have a powerful?
I guess if you want to say that I'm imagining things, but I don't believe that was the case at all. I believe it was happened in reality, right in front of my face. I didn't imagine first
Want?
what I
That's
was
a
going to
great
see.
power, dude.
I didn't imagine what I was going to see. I prayed and he showed me something.
But how do you know he did it, dude?
Someone did.
Your brain did it because it
No, not
obviously.
mine. No,
Look,
no.
there's two points of this transaction, right? It came from somewhere, so from your God, and then it ended up in your brain, and you interpreted it. So we know for sure it. It had a place in your brain at one time. Now, whether it came from a God and went to your brain, he showed you. That's what's in contention.
It went from prayer to my eyes. It was shown to me. It wasn't in my brain because I had no idea what was about to happen. But something did happen. And I wasn't imagining this or that or whatever. No. I was just basically I pray a lot, dude. A lot. Every day.
Okay. Okay. All right.
And
So
I've had many, many,
if
many
it's one of
prayers.
them, revelation. Sorry.
You're all right.
If it's a revelation thing, is it an on-demand thing? Can we ask for these revelations too? And we all witness it at the same time, right?
I suppose that could be possible. Sure.
Well, let's do it. Let's test out your little theory here. Your little.
Well, it's not going to happen if you don't believe to begin with. It's all about faith for one thing.
Why is faith the necessary requirement?
Because
Why can't it just, if you ask, boom? Why does it take a
it's
certain
like
amount
saying
of
I'm going to ask for a Mercedes Benz. That's stupid. That's stupid to have faith in something
Why?
like that. No one's going to drop a Mercedes Benz off in your lap because you prayed for it. I don't believe that at all because that's not what it's about.
That's not what I meant. I meant your God reveals things to you, but why is the requirement is that you believe in him and love him very much? Right? Oh, I love you so much, God. Oh, show me a sign. Oh, thank you, God, for this sign.
No, I never asked for a sign.
That's kind of weird, man.
Well, let's get
Well,
back to evolution.
you call it whatever you want. If you had an experience like I've had several of, you would definitely understand where I'm coming from. You
Let's get back
definitely
to
would.
Well, these
evolution.
other
Explain evolution to us,
experiences.
Good White.
Yeah, hold on, Dice. So these other
Evolution
experiences that
fucking
you
bullshit.
that
It is.
you have. No, hold on, dude. These other experiences you have that you never think twice about, like what I could name a billion, because I'm sure you've probably even had maybe a trillion if you've lived. Well, no, every second that you're alive, uh, a trillion seconds is what, like 33,000 years. So take a billion. No, let's take a million seconds. You've had a million seconds, and in those seconds, I'm sure you've experienced something pretty profound, right? Whether it was the birth of your child, if it was waking up and taking your first drink of water for the day, or your first cup of coffee, or your first cigarette. All these experiences, I don't see you thanking your God for, but you get to experience them
I never,
not limitlessly, but
I'd never thank God for
one
a
right after
cigarette.
the other.
The stupid shit you just mentioned. No, I never did that.
I don't think all that stupid shit. I think that's a special gift, man. But you only attribute that one little sign that your God showed you.
One,
It's kind
I
of weird,
told you
right?
several. Told you several. I've had it happen several times over the course of my life. And
Was there
I'm
there
not going to
somebody
go
else
into
with you
detail. I'm
to
not. There
verify
are
your?
people. There's at least one person in this room that knows my testimony, and I can guarantee you, he believes 100% in what I told him. I can guarantee it.
So was there anybody else with you to experience the same phenomena you experienced? Like, were you with somebody else, and there was
No,
this thing, so it was only to
no,
you.
it
So it's
was
in
not.
your imagination. You conjured it up, dude. Just accept it, dude.
No, it was real. I'm sorry about your luck, bro, but it was real.
Okay.
Didn't conjure a fucking
Keep
thing up.
telling yourself that.
You can try and tell me anything you want, but you weren't there. You don't know. You don't know what happened. It wasn't a conjuring of anything. It was a gift.
Yeah, good way. A lot of people have experiences, supernatural stuff. There's no way that anyone could prove it or disprove it.
That's
So I
right.
mean, you can't really yeah, it's just a personal thing.
Right.
Now,
Yeah, but
evolution,
to
on the
claim that
other
your
hand,
God did something, special for you, that sets you apart as being somewhat not ordained but blessed. And then
I would say
you create
anybody
this
that
race
spends the
of.
time I've spent in prayer and
Okay.
belief and faith would have the same experiences or similar ones.
So
there's been
I'm
many
gonna
people
top your
throughout the years.
blessing,
Been many people
and I'm
throughout
gonna
the
ask
years.
my God 10 times harder, and I'm gonna get 10 times more blessings you got, dude. You
Go
watch.
for it. Hey,
My
I'd
God's
be
gonna give
nothing but
me 10
I'd be
times more
nothing but
things than
happy
your
for you.
God.
yeah, but
72
all
of
you're
them.
doing now is
72
you're laughing
blessings.
at the guy's religion. I mean, really, is that what you want to do, good way?
Yeah,
No,
that's what
I'm
he's doing.
laughing at the whole concept of religion in general, dude. I'm mocking not his, but I'm mocking all. The 72 virgin thing, what's different from his blessing, dude? What's different from that than his, you know, it's the word when you're set apart, right? When you're special because you
I
got
don't
your
feel
blessing
special.
and your
I
God
don't
did
feel
it, right?
special at all, dude. I'm not special. This is something that is available to everyone that believes and prays and has faith. It happens. And there's thousands of testimonies throughout time and throughout the entire world that people will tell you the same thing I told you. Thousands.
Yeah, but I told you of a million experiences that you have that you don't even bat an eye at. Of of this awesome thing we're experiencing of life. But it's your blessing that you got that nobody else seen. You see the contradiction here, or like I.
Well, you can
Why
call me a
wouldn't you
liar.
consider like
Call me a
normal?
liar if you want, but I'm not. But I am not.
I don't
So
think you're
whatever, dude.
I don't think you're catching my drift, but okay. You got it, man.
If you want
I like
blessings from
evidence.
God, all you got to
I
do
like
is have
proof.
faith and believe. You'll have them too. You should try it someday. Maybe you might change your mind.
See, here's the
maybe you
problem.
wouldn't be so
Here's where the
cynical.
problem starts. Here's where the problem starts, right? And this is what you just said there. If you believe and you think hard enough, you can get it too. Just send $25 to the P.O. box listed below, and you'll receive your very own blessing. That happens too. It starts like that. And then when the religion gets powerful enough, it'll make their followers do things that they would never think was imaginable, like make their women, walk around with blankets on their head. And all kinds of crazy shit.
You got some fucking bizarre fucking thoughts, dude. You are.
Oh, it's not me. The Muslims do that, bro. It's not me.
Whatever, dude. Whatever.
I know, bro. No, but this is the problem when religion happens. It'll snowball and get so powerful of a force that these things will start being implemented. It'll start off slow, right? All you have to do is believe and have faith. I don't know, what else do I got to do? Let's think of a way of we can get these crazy monkeys to do
Have it
whatever we
be
want.
be something that is the right thing to be doing. Also has to apply. It's not
What's
right.
right? Isn't right
It's not
subjective
right to
to
ask your
whatever's
woman
motive?
to put blankets on her head and walk around. That's ridiculous. It's stupid. Why would you do that to
That's not.
anybody?
Those aren't my. Those
It's
aren't
like
my rules, dude.
it's like
I'm
torturing.
just.
It's like torturing children or something. What's wrong with you?
What do you mean? What's wrong with me? I never said that this is what I do, bro. So don't label me as this. It's not my idea. It's an
Well, it came out of
example of
your
what
mouth.
happens when people.
Came out of your mouth, dude.
You're a fucking idiot. Shut up.
You're a
Let's
fucking
not
moron.
let's not resort to that, right? We're doing good now.
Yeah.
Let's not do that, please.
Well, he's being a fucking moron.
That
You know
wasn't
it,
a
and I know
request.
it, MC.
That wasn't a
Just
request,
because it
bro.
came
Come
out of
on.
my mouth doesn't mean that I practice that. And he's clearly not listening to me because I told him this is what happens when people make up crazy beliefs and crazy requirements for their God to do something for them. That's what happens.
Look, it's a faith,
I've
man. They
never
have
seen it.
faith,
I've never
right?
seen that.
Yeah, but for this guy to label me as that, come on, man. That's being. Yeah, you're
I
just
mean, why
being.
would you even
You know what he's
suggest
being.
ridiculous stuff like that? That's just, I mean,
It's not me. I gave an example of what Muslims do when they want people to believe in their God. If they want to believe and have faith and do these certain things, yeah, it's these certain things that become their rituals and their traditions.
Well, that sucks
Yeah,
for
it gets
them.
that bad.
Yeah, that
So it's
sucks for
not
them.
me. So let's just clear that up. I'd like you to apologize and for labeling me as that you got that wrong. Let's just.
No, I'm not apologizing to you for anything because you owe me one
Yeah, because
first.
you're, like I said, you're a fucking moron and a piece of shit.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna have to mute you if you
Good
continue.
white. What the fuck are you doing, bro? Relax.
Oh shit.
Come on, man. Look at this guy's busting my balls here, man. He's being a wise guy.
Well, I don't know what happened, but you know we don't call names here. Come on, man.
Yeah, man, but he's insulting me here.
Well, I don't know. I don't hear exactly what happened, but let's not insult or call names, guys. Come on. I see. Did you see the coins I bought?
Yeah. What are they? Quarters? Dollars?
No, yo, what the fuck are we doing? I'm seeing how well it is. You're gonna crash. Ah. It's not that great. Oh shit. The coins? No, they're silver ounces.
Silver
Dude,
ounces.
that's
Nice.
crazy.
Yeah,
Hey,
silver's supposed to go up. So yeah.
about 2 weeks ago, I bought $1,000 worth of 50-cent pieces. The bank had them because I first was asking for quarters, and I got my quarters, but they only gave me 5 rolls because they have a limit. And they're like, "Well, we got $1,000 worth of 50-cent pieces." And I'm like, she's all, "Do you want them all?" I'm like, "Sure." And I took them. So that's kind of weird, dude. But yeah, dude. I before we were talking about value, and
What were you
I
doing with
did
all them
say that
quarters, bro? Going to Chuck E. Cheese or something?
I did say about like a week or two ago that value can be found, right under your nose, and that's pretty cool. That somehow the ether gave Jeremy that energy to find that value. That's pretty neat.
To make it better for a car.
What's up?
That's not true. My car gets heavier.
You're hot miking Jeremy.
Heavier.
No, I'm saying what's up? You said my name?
Yeah, he's calling you out, bro.
It makes no sense.
I don't know. I just felt like I should have some silver. I was gonna buy gold, but you get such a tiny little piece. You get like a SIM card sized piece of gold for like $200. It's ridiculous.
Hey, your silver that you bought, what year was it in? Or did you buy like coins before 1964? Because any coin after
I drove it.
is
It was
oh,
about
you
an ounce.
mean like
Turned down this road.
oh.
It's an ounce of silver. Yeah, it doesn't matter what the year is.
Sliding from the.
I do have
So
a
it's
few of those
100%
quarters though.
silver?
Yeah. It's 999.
Nice.
I know people do that.
Nice.
99999. I don't know. Here, I'll post it again. Hold on.
That's how almost all silver is sold. Gold is different, but silver is not.
Canadian, huh? Of course.
Yeah, dude.
Buy
I don't
Canadian.
think these are wait, fine silver. Huh.
They had a bunch of them.
Canadian.
Hi, Kenny.
They had a bunch of different silver rounds, but that was the only one from an actual mint. So I figured I would just go with that for now. You know what I'm saying? Other ones were just like private companies, but the Canadian ones were that was from the actual like government.
Yeah, you're always better off having it in coin form because it has double value, right?
Well, I mean that shit says $5 on them or something. I don't know why the fuck it says that. If that's how much silver was back then or something, but I mean you could go spend that in Canada for $5, and that would be like you'd be like $5 Canadian, or I don't know what they're doing.
What coins usually do is give a percentage. Like any coin after 1964 in America, it's 40% silver. But before that, Before 1964, it's 90% silver. Like, so your nickels, dimes, quarters, 50-cent pieces, those are 90% silver.
Nickels are made of what's called nickel, by the way. It's not silver.
No, before that date though, there is silver in them. They're only worth like $3 or $4 though. I got a couple of those. Like a quarter before 64 has some part of silver in it and is worth a couple bucks.
90%. 90%. I don't know. I think you just heard me say that, right?
Yeah, but I don't know if you're right or not though. Maybe it's 90%,
Well,
but it definitely has
why
some
would I
silver.
lie, dude? Like, what's your problem? Like, I literally told you it's 90%. Why wouldn't
It's
you
not
just
that I
believe
think
me?
you would lie. I just don't know if you're right. I just don't believe people.
You're weird, man.
Especially you when it comes to finances.
You got to remember,
No
Jeremy's
offense.
Well,
bankrolling
you're the
$1 a month,
millionaire,
bro.
right?
Every
Hey,
cent
look who's
counts for him.
fucking talking, dude. Who's the fucking millionaire here, bro? Me or you? That's
You
right,
got a
dude.
mill?
You're over here looking for schemes and ways to make money, and I'm a millionaire. So who's right then,
Well, I
bro?
got $1 a month. I got $1 a month ticking in, so
Yeah, you got it
Jeremy,
all figured out, Jeremy.
Jeremy only needs to earn 3.5 cents a day, bro. Technically.
yo, I'm about to buy this stock. It's called the SoFi Weekly. It's TGIF is the ticker. It pays a weekly dividend.
How many pennies?
9.
Dang, bro.
9 cents a week. Fucking balling.
So we got us a millionaire.
Oh, he's a financial. He's like you ever see the Wolf of Wall Street?
Yeah. How'd you make your millions, if you don't mind me asking? In the market or some sort of computer programming whiz kid?
You talking to Jeremy?
No, I'm talking to, I think Goodwhite said that he's a millionaire.
Oh yeah, he's a financial advisor, bro.
Oh, it's always good to hear like for wisdom from a millionaire, right? Like we might get a financial tip or something.
Yeah, he's been dropping them all night.
Who was it? Somebody recommended a stock and somebody put $1,000 in it and they got 16,000 apparently out of it. I wouldn't mind a tip like that.
Yeah, I've been giving them too, man. Like the Jesus coin, I gave Jeremy that tip. You know, he could have retired off that if he played his cards right.
Bro, that shit's worth nothing. I lost all 50. I bought $50 worth. I don't think it's worth 10.
See,
So there's a
see,
tip.
he's got no faith. You see.
Oh, there's actually someone else in this room that has faith? Wow.
Yeah, get in on Jesus coin, bro.
Oh, I'm definitely a believer in Jesus, so don't worry about me.
You mean the coin Jeremy lost? Sorry, the coin Jeremy lost money?
Well, you haven't lost until you pulled out, so he just has no faith. That's all, you know. He's just got to read more scripture.
Oh, it's on the upswing. Okay, I get it. Slow climbing.
In fact, let me take a look at the Jesus coin. Let's see how that's doing.
It's actually called Jesus coin.
Let's see.
What gall they have, huh?
Was it manufactured before they started putting copper in the middle of them and then coating them with a low percentage of silver, or what? Or is it actually a real precious metal coin? Do you know?
This is digital. This is a digital coin.
Oh, okay. All right. I get it. Sorry.
It's actually on the uptrend since September. since September, it's been nothing but climbing, dude. And it's up, dude. So it was up in huh?
I said, good luck. I'm happy for you, or whoever. Anytime you make an investment that climbs, it's obviously a good choice. So
Yeah,
good
it's
on you.
point 0.0000008 of a cent right now. So I'm just saying, you put $100 in that thing, and it even gets close to a penny, dude. You made a lot of money. Just saying.
What, crypto or something? Is that what you're talking about? Or
Yeah.
similar?
Yeah, crypto.
Yeah,
So
the
it's
dude
like
that got
gambling.
$1,000 worth of 50-cent pieces.
Well, the thing is,
I don't think that was a very wise investment, because those 50-cent pieces were full of copper and much less worth than, probably less than 50 cents if you're talking about actual precious metal value.
the
Current
thing
coins
is,
are
SB,
they're not worth the paper they're printed on, I guess.
yeah, the thing is, SC, when you got these coins like this that are worth like fractions of a penny, and we got things like bull markets that haven't been had and that are being anticipated. All it takes is for something like a bull market to rise all the price of all these different coins.
Right,
And
I get it.
yeah,
I've seen it happen. Yeah.
so something as dirt cheap as that gets even close to a penny, dude. You're gonna make money. That's where the money's made, dude. Not off
Yeah,
buying a fucking coin that's worth $36,000 and you can buy one of them if you're fucking lucky. No, you spend $100 on this one and you get fucking a billion coins, dude. That thing gets close to a fucking penny, dude. It's like, fuck.
Yeah, you're talking
Well,
about a new blockchain being introduced, right?
no, it's
No?
already on the blockchain. It's called Jesus
Oh.
coin, dude.
Well, then it's a fairly recent blockchain then, if it's still that low.
Look, I get it. If you want to put a couple of $100 on it, if you got a tip, if it's 0.000, yeah, sure. If it makes it to like even one, yeah, you're gonna make a killing on it. I guess I don't see a
That's how
harm.
people became millionaires with crypto. You're exactly right.
Yeah, look, I don't see a harm in putting a couple of $100 in a few of these up and coming stocks. It's like, think of it a night out in the casino, right? You take
Yeah,
$1,000.
I agree.
You know you can afford to lose it, so you maybe spread it out in 5 crypto up and coming cryptocurrencies. I don't see any harm in that.
Okay, yeah, it's not stocks, dude. It's far from stocks. So just want to make sure we were clear on that.
Yeah. Coins, cryptocurrency coins you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier about this guy I was listening to yesterday. He's talking about this new blockchain that's going to be introduced, and if you invest 25 cents, he claims that the very thing you guys are talking about is it very possible that it could happen. So I get it. He gave the name of the blockchain and how and where to how to invest in it, and then he said just 25 cents, just invest a Flickman quarter. It could turn into thousands of dollars. And it doesn't mean it's going to, but who the hell cares if it's only a quarter? You know what I mean? Why not take a shot at it? Yeah, I mean, I get it. Like you said, a couple $100 even. Yeah, why not? If you got money in your pocket, you got a couple hundred spare dollars that you wouldn't miss if you went and somebody flushed it down the toilet 5 minutes from now. You probably wouldn't even be upset because it's not that, it doesn't mean that much to you. I get it. 100%.
Look,
I
200 bucks,
think
it's
I got
like a couple
15.
of hours at blackjack, right?
Yeah, I think I
Depending
got
on how it
15.
goes. So you look at it
I
like
think I
that,
got
like a
15
gamble.
$100 bills in my wallet right now. They're just sitting there.
Yeah, but that's the
Why?
thing. Like at blackjack, you go sit down at blackjack, you get a couple hours of entertainment, man. This is like the everlasting gobstopper of a lottery ticket, bro. Like I could wake up every day and look and see what happened. Did it hit yet? What's it doing? You know what I'm saying? I'm in the game. I'm invested. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's
yeah, yeah.
it's
I'm
different.
saying, like, look at it as you're gonna lose the money. This is what I'm saying. Like, put
Well,
money
that's
that you're like, it's lost. Think of it as it's lost. It's not your rent money. It's not your your food money. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, I mean, you just do what they call dollar cost averaging. So every paycheck, however much money you can afford to lose without, like you said, thinking twice about it. Could be $5, it could be 500. I don't know. Whoever you are, but either way, if you do that over a course of a period of time, eventually you're going to look at that and it's going to have acquired to be something. And when that market does something, dude, now you're in off of $5 or whatever it was that had you spent on a fucking candy bar or a soda or whatever that you buy, you would have never seen it ever again. But this is always, you're always going to have it as long as you got your keys, right? So that's how I look at it, man. Just dollar cost average your way in. Even if it's $1 a month, like Jeremy, a couple light years from now, he's going to retire.
Wow, how
I'm gonna
does
get one
someone
of
live
those
a
stocks.
couple of light years long?
You are?
How do you do that?
I don't know, bro.
I know you were just joking, so was I, but yeah.
Too bad the millionaire left. He didn't give us any tips. Damn.
He did say he believes in evolution, bro. That was a doozy. I wanted to corner him on that one. I think he knew it was coming. I always knew he was a fucking Glober, dude. He's bounced back and forth too many times.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, as soon as you hear somebody say they believe in evolution, you can pretty much figure on them being a Glober and probably many other completely ridiculous things. I mean, evolution is one of the stupidest fucking things I've ever heard of. Literally. You might as well marry that. What I think her name's Michelle Fowler or whatever, the complicated rock bitch. Yeah, you might as well just pick her for a wife. You want to be an evolutionist. Well, I'm gonna bail. You guys have a good night. Maybe you guys will have to be tortured with my presence again someday.
All right, take it easy, man. It's
I
late.
will. Thanks.
Everybody's chilling out.
You too, bro. Have a good night. Thanks.
Yep.
Handful of